A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It is finals night on week 4 of Series 4 here at the MODUS Super Series, and what a cast list we have for you this evening. What a 5 days we have enjoyed, and we've enjoyed it all in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson. Fellas, what a week we've enjoyed. Yeah,
it's had its ups and downs, but I think eventually we've got the 6 best players from the 3 differing groups, and yeah, I'm looking forward to finals night.
Did it feel like a week, Paul, where the big names provided the big stuff when it mattered by and large?
Yeah, I'd like to think so, and I think all of the stats that we will go through in commentary tonight will prove that. I think definitive strengths we have seen from some people in Group A, Group B and Group C, but ultimately I think Mace is right. We've got the best 6 players, and may the best person win tonight.
Well, let's break down the last 5 days chronologically then. On Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, we began with Group A. It was a group that was won by Christian Kiss in the end, and in doing so, Chris, breaking the record for legs difference.
Yeah, incredibly, breaking it by a couple as well, and 36 in terms of leg difference, and really only just won it with those 2 victories over the course of 3 days over Blommer. That was the difference between him winning the group and Blommer having to go into Group B.
And it was fair to say, Paul, that when it came to the big times, the big moments and the big matches, he came out with his best performances.
Absolutely, and there was a moment on Tuesday when Kevin Blommer was really starting to grow in confidence and finding a level that he maybe never has had in this kind of atmosphere. And when 103 average was put in by Blommer, the response from Kiss was 106. And that tells you why he's won the Lakeside World Championship before.
We're having a look at some clutch finishes like this, 1-2-7, Chris, and they came at big times in big matches.
Yeah, every time he was sort of seemed to ask the question, and an echo on what Nico just said there, when a big average was put in, he sort of says to himself, all right, okay, well, have a look at this. And he did that for 3 days.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of big moments, but if you look at the undercurrent of some of the things he did, those 94 averages, those 98s that were a bit sneaky as well, there was a lot of that going in the 15 matches that he played.
Well, let's have a look at some of his stats then over the course of the 3 days that saw him qualify. And Chris, we talk about the pars for the course being 85 running average and 33% checkout ratio. That on top of the legs percentage one as well is absolutely dominant.
Yeah, he sort of smashed those metrics to bits, didn't he? A high of 106.65, as we mentioned, but a running average of nearly 90 is outstanding. And the big one for me is the 73.6% in terms of percentage of legs won.
When you look at his doubles percentage over the 3 days, it's really impressive. But what makes it even better is that he didn't have a massively big day, then a bad day, and then a good day. Every day was around that 41% mark, remarkably consistent, and that's why he's going to be hard to beat.
Well, that was Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So then we divvied the players up into Groups B and C on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Group B was our focus on the evening sessions on Thursday and Friday. It was a group won by Martijn Dracht, who won all 4 games on the opening night, and 4 games won in different styles. Yeah,
he sort of... He popped some fizzes at times, but me and Nico often talk about the range and their very best and their very poorest performance, and there is a big gap in there, Nico, isn't there?
There is. We'll look at the ranges in commentary tonight, but I think one of the main reasons why he won that group is because he had his best performance in Game 1 of that group, and it really put him in a good mood. And after that, he just played with a bit more freedom, because when it comes to Tuesday, he didn't win a match at all. So bouncing back from that on Wednesday, that was a good thing to do, but starting that Group B was paramount to why he won it.
Yeah, and one of the keys, we're going to have a look at Dracht here, but one of the key performances in that group was Colin Osborne, who overnight on Thursday was at the foot of the table, joint bottom, with just 1 win. And he managed to turn that all around, showing his experience. And, well, this was for the magical 9, and me and Nico thought it was going in.
And sometimes you feel that they're destined to get one. Well, Martijn has never had one, and he still hasn't.
I think he needs to call himself Martijn Heenahan, doesn't he? That's the only way you get 9s around here. Well, these are his stats then in getting through Group B, coming through top of the lot. But one thing he's going to have to work on is going to be that checkout ratio at 28%.
Yeah, well, again, every metric of that will need improving. The running average is some 6 off of that, of what we've seen off of Kist, and he's just one of the players we're going to look at. But yeah, the win percentage, 51's too low, and one thing that is going to be too low for tonight, unless he can find another gear, is that percentage on doubles.
Some of these players tonight can't play at a type, some of them can. Kist can and win. Martijn, if he plays to type, he doesn't. It's as simple as that.
Well, Colin Osborne was a player who came through second in that group. It was a bit of a rocky first night for him, but on the second night, it was business-like from Osborne.
Yeah, he started off okay with that 98.56 and then just completely lost all rhythm and all tempo in his throw. Again, the checkout percentage, that's par, where we expect from Colin Osborne. The running average, again, it's par. It's what we expect, Nico, isn't it? Mid-80s.
It is. It's a big night for Colin. If he makes the final, he's going to be the person who's played the most games over the last couple of years. He will overtake Robert Owen, so he knows this. And also, if he wins tonight, he will join Robert Owen with the most weekly titles on 5. This is a potentially record-equaling and record-breaking night for him. He's very aware of it, and his mental stuff that he has, he's going to need every single bit of it.
Well, Ryan Finesse is the other player who made his way through Group B.
Got a few fans.
I was going to say, he's got a few spectators in there making it loud for him. Is it fair to say that on Thursday in particular, it was a bit feast or famine? The games he won, he played well in, but the games he didn't.
Yeah, and that's typically Ryan, I'm afraid. I mean, his A game is right up there with the best of them. Just doesn't have a B game. And you'll find with him it is going to be very much feast or famine. But even when you look at that, to have a running average of over 86, tidy enough, par on 33% on the doubles, my only worry is that legs one percentage, and he may get caught out tonight.
Yeah, and his range is around 22 points because it went as low as 71 for him, and towards the 94 mark, it's going to need to be at the high end of that range in qualifying at least. If he's going to dodge bullets tonight, there's not going to be many.
Well, let's have a look and see how Group C ended up in the end, because Scott Baker was the dominant force in the group. He was quick and he was good, losing just one game en route in qualification.
Yeah, best player for me this week, the one that's looked the most solid and the most likely. The only blip in that was the final game on Thursday, where he'd won 4 out of 4, was averaging over 98.5, and then just seemed to maybe a bit of concentration, maybe a bit of fatigue. But apart from that, there was very few blots on the copybook.
Let's not forget as well that after the first day of Group C, there were 3 players on 8 points and only 2 spots up for grabs. That fast start that we got from Scott Baker on Friday was key to his success. And don't forget about that 24-plus leg difference. We talk about Christian doing what he did in Group A, but that 24, that was amazing.
Yeah, especially when it's only a short 2-day group. I mean, he was knocking these kind of shots in, Nico, just for fun, wasn't he? And, well, here's the 1-for-1. Maybe he needed to show Martijn how to do it.
Yeah, that's the 1-for-1. He had a 144 on Thursday as well, and he was just playing so well that me and Mace were sitting back in our chair just gasping. He was brilliant.
Well, we talk about how good he played. Let's show you how good he played, because these are his stats in qualification for tonight's finale. 92.31 the running average, 52% checkout rate, and actually to a certain extent we're doing him a little bit of a disservice.
Yeah, that running average is misleading. You know, if you remove that really poor game he had, that would probably tell the story a little bit more. But 102 average the high, loads of 140s and a win percent rate of 72, but the checkout percent, Nico picked up on it on the opening day, and he was up around the 60%, wasn't he?
Yeah, 59% for the first day, and I haven't actually looked at his percentage for day 2 because it was just so impressive and imposing for the rest. They just knew they weren't going to catch him when it came to round 3 on Friday. He was just playing so well. And to be honest with you, I've been watching Scott Baker play for about 5 years now. I haven't seen him play this consistently, and that's key to tonight. You need to have that explosive nature, and he's got it.
Well, the other player that joined Scott Baker into tonight's final is Peter Hudson. The Rock getting through, but my word, was it a bit dramatic towards the end. Him and Willie Borland was scrapping for that last spot throughout the course of the day. Yeah,
I think Nico called him Boris the Bullet Dodger last night, and yeah, that's very much how it was. And again, got a feel for Adam Lipscomb, a local player that's desperate to qualify. His time will come eventually, but he gave it his all. And Peter Hudson, for me, just about right that he was the player who deserved to get through.
He's played 25 games this week, and it'll be interesting to see how he pulls up on day 6 of his week. And he's thrown more darts at double than anybody else as well. He's been through the mill. I just hope he's got enough left in the tank.
Well, let's see our 6 finalists in full then for tonight's finale at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Christian Kiss, Martijn Drack, Colin Osborne, Ryan Finesse, Scott Baker and Peter Hudson. One of them is going to be in Champions Week and picking up the trophy on this stage just gone 11 o'clock this evening. So these are the groups that are in play this evening. The 6 players divvied up into 2 groups of 3. We'll go through this one by one, chats, beginning with Group 1. Christian Kiss, Peter Hudson, Colin Osborne. They are 3 real experienced campaigners in there.
Yeah, and it's going to be imperative getting out of the blocks as quick as possible. You lose that opening game, you're in a world of trouble, because the player you will face in your opening game of the night is already going to have had 1 game on this stage. Yeah, it's almost impossible to split them. You'd probably look at, in order, maybe Kist, Osborne and then Hudson. And then Group 2 is also a minefield, Nico.
Yeah, it is. I just get the feeling that this crowd may play their part. We've already heard them going on about Ryan. And maybe you think about some of the series that we've had before, the crowd has played its part, and some people can be dragged over the line, and that adrenaline level can help. So watch out for Ryan Finesse tonight.
Certainly gave Luke Littler a boost, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit loud in here, and he most certainly showed up for it. Well, let's see what the bookmakers think about tonight's proceedings then. They go off with Christian Kiss as the 11-4 favourite. Is that rightly so in your mind?
I think that's mainly down to probably winning a challenge tour. Certainly if you crunch the numbers, I put Baker in front of Kist. Yeah, and of course former world champion. Colin Osborne could represent a bit of value at 4-1, although, listen, love Colin to bits, he just doesn't look in the kind of nick you need to be. That can turn around. You know, darts is all very much on the day.
Yeah, I think Mace is absolutely right. I think Baker's the favourite based on the stats that I've seen, and he's got freshness as well. When you weigh up Baker and Kist has had 2 days off, but Baker's only played 2 days, and it was the last 2 days. So there's a 50-50 call there between those 2, but don't discount the others either.
Now, throughout the course of the weeks, both of the pundits have been up on the balcony discussing singularly their pundits' picks throughout the course of the sessions. Well, we thought we'd add a bit of spice to it by having a bit of rivalry between the asset and the ace. So we'll go with some pundits' picks. Now, Paul, we've got to go with you first, because you have gone very ambitious with a 13-1 shot.
Well, you had a 14-1 shot this week already.
I've got to try, right? Let's face it. We've got most 180s for Hudson against Kiss. That's based on the fact that Hudson has scored the most 180s this week, and his likelihood of getting 180s per leg is good. Kist is not known for hitting a lot of 180s either, so that's why we've gone for that one for 13-8. First leg winner, something that we don't really touch on. I think Finesse might get a hot start against Dract, so just winning the first leg is 5-4. Finesse and Baker, total 180, so 3 180s or more in that one at 6-4 and 13.76 to 1.
Yeah, I agree with Nico. I think Finesse is going to be buoyed by having a big crowd in for him tonight, and we have seen Drac sometimes a little slow, so I've gone for Finesse to win that match at evens. Osborne Kist, I'm going against Osborne in this one. I think Kist wins it at 5-6 again. That's mainly down to order of play, and then Baker against Drac. Can't see past Baker 8-15. It's a little bit mean, but hopefully it comes in 4.62 to 1.
Chris splinters Mason in comparison to Paul Nilsson. Well, our action is about to get underway for the evening. We're going to see Christian Kiss in action up first. He's going to take on Peter Hudson. All of our 6 players looking to join the Champions Week field, which Neil Duff joined last week by finally picking up that weekly trophy.
Neil, you require 161.
Going to say, will he try and do it in style with Bradley so far back? But at the moment,
26.
Oh dear, 26 the hard way.
$140. Neil, you require 135.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye here if he doesn't want to. How is he feeling? He was feeling confident.
Single 18. He comes back with 3 in hand at tops to pick up his first Super Series title.
And perhaps it would be fitting
25.
that the double that won him the Lakeside title wins him the weekly title. He has waited so long for this opportunity. And it is
Shot.
destiny
And the
for
match,
Duff.
Modus Super
And
Series
after
Week
all
3
the toil
champion,
and troubles
Neil
and all the
Duff.
heartache and heartbreak, Neil Duff has finally found his way into Champions Week. Our action for the evening gets underway with a battle between Christian Kiss and Peter Hudson. For both, it is a first time into finals night, and it's a very warm welcome back into the commentary box for Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Henry. And we do have fans in tonight, and welcome to everybody who has purchased their ticket via dartshop.tv. But it's a welcome back to this man with that star on the collar, the 2012 Lakeside World Champion and the 37-year-old from Frumshop in the Netherlands. Up against the Rock, the man who's playing in his 6th day of competition. I hope he slept well overnight. He's going to need everything in his armoury to get through what is a very tricky Group 1, which has a lot of PDC darts experience at the top level. When you consider Group 2, there are only 2 players there, actually 1 player there, who has had a PDC Tour card. As for this Group 1, all 3 of them have had one.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? And how much of that experience will play its part. And good crowd in, a lot of support for Ryan Finesse, as you may have heard there in our opener on stage. And if you want to join us every Saturday, it literally costs just £2, and that's just a booking fee for the ticket. Head over to dartshop.tv. We'd love to see you here next Saturday. Get involved.
44.
Let's have a look at Christian Kiss from the week then. The winner of Group A, a fabulous 26 points amassed, and was pushed all the way by Kevin Blommer, who is not here tonight because he did not progress through Group B. Funnily enough, I've been doing a little look at the numbers and digging a little bit deeper. Peter Hudson's got 13 wins this week from 25 games.
140.
Christian got 13 wins from 15.
That's a slightly different strike rate, Nico.
60.
Let's go one further. And I don't mean to go too far ahead, but Martijn Dracht, who is in Group 2, he's got 13 wins this week from 23 games. That really does prove just how good Christian was in the first 3 days of the week. And that record leg difference of plus 36. Quite astounding when you consider when Barry Van Peer broke that record a few weeks ago, we thought that that would stand for a while. It didn't.
Well, Christian Kist's first match on Monday was against Peter, and he... Well, now that we reflect on it, Nico, he really did put down a bit of a marker, didn't he? He brushed aside Peter Hudson 4-1 with a 94.27 average.
58.
And it's not as if Peter Hudson submitted. He played pretty well in that first game, but wasn't given much in the way of chances.
Nope, he had 5 darts at a double and averaged, well, pretty much 91.5.
59. Christian, you require 164.
Sorry, mate, he hardly rolled over and had his belly tickled.
Even when he was injured this week, he didn't do that.
60.
He slipped in the bathroom and injured his shoulder. Still played, stuck to his task, recouped the best way possible, and came back the next day and played pretty well.
81. Christian, you require 104.
On the opening day of that Group B, he went under the radar, picking up 4 wins out of 5.
92.
We sort of looked at each other when we were totting up the points, and how did he do that? Double 11.
He's only gone and won the first leg as well. It's a break of throwing 21 darts. Slow start from the former world champion. And at no point this week, and I mean no point at all, has Peter Hudson smiled. He's been dissatisfied with everything he's done.
And at times, he's played some really good stuff. Didn't
45.
quite breach the 100-plus average, but went close, didn't he?
Yes, absolutely. 98.56, a number that has given 2 people their personal best for the week. The other one is Osborne, who is in this group.
Yeah, it's a familiar number, isn't it? The 98.
60.
56.
Yeah, when you win a game 4-0, there are certain averages that stick out as a regulation 4-0 average, like 98.56, 100.2, 101.9, 115.62, which is the venue record.
Yeah, if you Cam Crabtree on debut.
140.
Connor Heenan, the other one, isn't it? 115.62.
Correct. Starting to think that that record might stand for a bit longer.
Well, the actual record of 118.66 has stood for, well, approaching 3 years.
Yeah.
140.
Spring of 2021, Jason Askew. It's still your record. Hudson will have a chance for a 2-0 lead, and this is a much better second leg. He's going to go to the left.
Just going to try and dink it over the top. We both had a throw up there a little earlier when we arrived to do some rehearsing. It is a lovely throw, Nico, isn't it?
It really is.
I forgot how nice
Christian
it was.
Uruguay 68.
It's inviting.
If I was a bit more minted, I would actually replicate this and have it in my garden.
Game shot the second leg.
That's a brilliant leg from
Christian
Kist. We talked about the constant showing of
Third leg, Christian
negative
to
emotion
first.
from Peter
Game
Hudson
on.
this week. I'm not saying it in a nasty way, but it's just the way he projects himself. He's never happy with what he does, and in a funny sense, that's a good thing.
125.
But you get no information from Kist. He just plods along, goes to the table, has a sip of water. Whether he scores a 9-darter or a 29-darter, he does exactly the same.
174.
He's stoic, isn't he? Just goes about his business. Beautiful visit there. This one is warming up nicely. What I really like about Kist was
45.
exactly that in the second leg. It was a poor opener. He had his throw broken in 21 darts. His response is a 14-dart break back, and it's an instant reaction.
100.
26 180s in 25 games this week for The Rock. 9 180s in 15 games. So if you
60.
go 180s per game, Peter Hudson is more likely to get maximums.
Hence why you had him in your Assets Acker.
Absolutely.
Pundits Picks will now be a
26.
regular feature on finals night. Hope you enjoyed our alternative opener. If you did, let us know. Get in contact direct into the commentary box via
79.
our Twitter page at MSS Darts. Nico will have his app open and we'll read out the best comments or questions.
I hope you can join us for the rest of qualifying, because we do have
93.
6 qualifying games, 2 semi-finals from 10 p.m, which will also be live on Sporty Stuff TV, and the final at around 11 o'clock tonight.
140.
They have received a
Peter
bonus for
Uruguay
getting
108.
to this finals night in week 4, but the £5,000 at the end of the rainbow is exactly what they're after.
And then what they're really after is the £20,000
100.
on offer for the winner of Champions
Christian
Week,
Uruguay,
which is
52.
week 13.
Double top.
Game
Christian
shot
has
the third
been
leg,
so
Christian
good
Kiss.
on the outer ring this week. Over 40%. He's the best double hitter,
Fourth leg, Peter to throw
this
first.
group.
Game on.
but he's not as good as Scott Baker. He's over
No one
50.
is.
He's over 50%.
Yeah, that's astounding over that many matches and that many legs.
140.
We actually have in the audience this evening a certain Martin Grierson who has
100.
played on this stage. So there you go. People can't just come here and play and get enough that way. Some people want to come back and get a taste of it from the
100.
floor.
Yeah, well, if I wasn't working and I was down here, I'd be here. I'd be taking it all in. It is a
60.
great night. If you love your darts, it's up close and personal, as you can see. You get right involved. Really is played in a lovely atmosphere here.
140.
Players given the best of order. And that in turn usually gives you Real
140.
high quality.
Peter require 121.
140s in this game have been very good. We'll have a little look at that at the conclusion of this leg.
53.
It might be a case of Christian needing another one. He's already got 3. Peter Hudson's got 6.
Yeah, twice as many.
100.
And their scores of
Peter
between
require
a
68.
ton and 139 were very similar before that ton. Perfect first start. Canny
Game
third
on the
dart.
fourth leg, Peter Hudson.
Starting to sound like a Geordie there, mate, saying canny third dart.
Always think of Kevin
Fifth leg,
McDine.
Christian to throw first. Game on.
I don't think Kevin's played here yet.
No.
Played in Southampton. If you're watching, Kev, all the best to you,
100.
up in the northeast. Beautiful night here in Portsmouth. Just walking down London Road on the way here as Manchester City were winning the FA Cup.
140.
So congratulations to them. Commiserations to Man U.
You said that like you almost meant it, Nico.
100.
I had to rehearse it. Now, he is from Manchester, is Peter Hudson, but I don't know who, if he has a football team,
100.
who it is. So
Well,
I don't want to speculate.
if he was blue, I don't think he'd wear red.
You've got a point. You've got a point. You're wearing red tonight, a very fetching red.
They're quite passionate about that up there, aren't they?
Yeah, you don't see many Newcastle fans in red. Because that's Middlesbrough and Sunderland.
57.
Now, Kist would love a maximum here.
Yeah, perfect time to get one. Would leave 36. Ooh, flyer.
That back leg's coming up.
Yeah. Sign of
70.
a bit of pressure, Nico.
Yep. This is another one of those good times where you'd like a maximum to leave double 12. Things are bound to get a bit edgy in these qualifying games. 2 games per player.
58.
If you win both your games, you win the group. It's that simple.
146.
But there is a formula for success. If you get 2 points and your leg difference is +1 or better, you are through.
86. Peter require
And the bonus of winning the group
146.
is in the first semi-final, you will have the dart. So it's certainly worth winning your group.
Why didn't he stay on that 60?
138. Christian, you require
Cemented
60.
by that treble 20 with dart 3.
Tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Don't need me to tell you
Christian
what his
Kist.
best strength is. He's at 3 from 4 when it comes to doubles. There you can see it. The doubling
leg
in this
Peter
game,
to
it really
throw
has
first.
been world
Game
class.
Well, I'm with you, Nico. That dart in the treble 20 dart 1 for Peter Hudson was just sat up begging to be followed. And the fact that he went for the treble 18 and then went back to the treble 20 and hit it tells me he should have stayed there.
You don't care what the dart is.
100.
double?
No.
You have a shot at double 7. If you get a shot at a double, you don't care what it is. I've seen more people going for alternative shots these days because they
97.
want to hit 2 of the same treble to try and make the shot easier. I saw Dirk van Dijvenbode, who knows Christian very well, have a 1-3-4 checkout.
60.
Go treble 20, double 7.
Well, it's next door to... I'd rather get a dart at a double than not get a dart at all. At any double.
That should be rule number 1 of Fight Club. Any dart at double is
57.
better than no dart at double.
Oh, it's like having just a little bit of something than a lot of nothing.
84.
Hudson has got to get something sizable here, just to give himself a little bit of comfort.
100.
First to a finish. It's not bad. You could hear a pin drop in here. This first game of the night.
100.
And I'm
Peter
sure
require
things are going to get a little
151.
bit more rambunctious as the night goes on, especially when a certain Ryan Finesse plays.
59. Christian, you require 157.
This is for the match. It's a big ask. Biggest finish for Christian this week, 140. It will remain the case.
133. Peter Warren, 92.
Everything is built up to this. 25 matches this week. We're almost at knockout range.
72.
And he misses tops for a double-double, giving Christian Kist the chance to win by 2 legs. And he doesn't miss that double.
And the match,
That's
Christian
wonderful on the
Kist.
outer ring from Christian. 4 hits from 5. And look at his average as well. It's just what he's been doing all week long. It's almost as if we know what he's going to do. 89.47 and 80% on the doubles. That's good enough for the first 2 points here in Group 1. When we come back, it will be the start of Group 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Christian Kist got his campaign off to a perfect start, getting the better of Peter Hudson by 4-2, meaning he's going to have to beat Colin Osborne in Game 3 of our reading stand any chance of going through. Right, next up for us, it's Martijn Dracht in action. He's taking on the local boy, Ryan Finesse, who's brought a fair few fans down with him to the south coast of Portsmouth this evening, and they're making quite the noise indeed. What's going to happen in our first game of Group 2? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. Well, you've just had the perfect example from Christian Kist of the start you will want to make, because this is fast and furious. A little bit. I like that shirt. And is it lemons?
It's a bit limey.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Americans call English people?
It is, yeah.
It rhymes with what I call Owen Binks, the referee who works here. Call him grimy. You might actually like that shirt.
That is,
First leg, Martijn to
something a bit
throw
special.
first.
There is our referee.
Game on.
Wonderful Danny McNamara, and as you can hear, plenty of support. He's not too far from here, is he? Salisbury, isn't it?
Indeed. Just up the road.
58.
Could be a big night for Ryan Finesse, who has won a weekly title previously, but not in this room. He won in Southampton. He'd love to be one of those players who's won in both arenas.
Yeah, that's a stat for us to work out.
All in good time.
140.
Maybe by the end of the series.
Nico just gave me a look as if to say, I'm all over that, don't you worry.
I've got it covered. Ryan was full of
83.
smiles when he got that first weekly title in Southampton. I get the feeling the atmosphere in here would be quite steamy by the end of the night if he was to get the title tonight
99.
and the place in Champions Week come the end of July.
Well, you would struggle to get a ticket for finals night of Champions Week if he does go on to win tonight
60.
and qualify for that night.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
He'd fill it on his own.
As for Martijn Dracht, it's been an up and down week.
100.
There's been plenty of those. That's his 22nd of the week.
There's been more ups than downs. That's why he's here. And if Ryan Furness
81. Maritime, you require
didn't
24.
know too much about this man, he certainly does now.
Game shot on the first leg. Maritime Dracht.
Very good start. He was talking to us yesterday, and he was
Second leg, Ryan to
quite
throw
relaxed,
first. Game on.
but at the same time motivated. He actually said to us that he was treating this week as a bit of a holiday. He was
85.
fully focused when he's playing darts, but walking around the coastal areas of Portsmouth, just taking everything in. I like to hear that, because there are far
59.
too many dart players that we know who, when they're not playing, will just sit down, lie down, do nothing. Whereas Martijn's not like that. He likes to get out.
125.
He's not one for sort of just sitting around. He said he's been down to the coast and some nice long walks and found some nice
98.
restaurants. And it's exactly what he said. He said it's very important, but I'm trying to treat it like a holiday and enjoy it and get some experience.
100.
Let's compare, and I'm not going to say limes and lemons because of what is on that shirt. I'm going to say apples and apples. Because if you think about Dracht, and that,
140.
this is his 24th match of the week. Hudson's already played his 26th. Let's look at how many darts at double they've had this week. Hudson has now had 229.
95.
And if you think about the fact that Martijn's played 2 less games, in fact 2.5 less games, Dracht has had
100.
243,
Ryan O'Brien,
and that is
96.
very much down to that game he had yesterday where he had 32 darts at a double.
Yeah, it's a lot of darts at doubles. Well, on Monday night,
56. Maritime, you require 104.
Martijn bageled Ryan 4-zip. That was one of 2 bagels he was on the end of that
Ryan,
night.
you require 40.
And that was Martijn's best performance of the week as well, 100.2.
Yeah.
Game from the second leg.
It's 1-all.
Ryan
You can
Furness.
see who they want to win. Very different dynamic for Martijn here, being the away
leg,
player.
Martijn to
It's
throw
not
first.
silent
Game
anymore, and you're not in Kansas anymore.
Closer affair last night, Nico, but it was still Martijn who won the tie, and as a
83.
player, he will be aware of that. But Thursday night and Friday night, he didn't have a dozen or so people cheering him
84.
on.
And this is an atmosphere that Ryan will be very familiar with because he was here that night with the first 9-dart shootout, and he won that shootout.
140.
If you can
He
come
hit a
through-
max, didn't he?
Yeah, he hit a maximum in that 9-dart shootout, which for me is still one of the best visits under this roof,
58.
because he was under massive pressure to do so from Lee Shewan at the time.
Wasn't it Andy Hamilton, the other
Yeah,
player?
and he did really
60.
well just to get through that shootout, but Ryan won it. And it's always nice, isn't it, when you've done something
For
the first time.
40.
ever.
Was
And
that-
I'm not just talking about here. It was the first 9-dart shootout between 3 players in the world.
27.
I went full Jeremy Clarkson there, didn't I? In the world.
Was that the night Worsley beat Hamilton in the final?
No, it was in the previous series.
right. It all blends
137.
into one, Nico. I'm on my 100
140. Ryan, you require 82.
196th match in 2 weeks.
Double top.
Game shot.
That's big.
Ryan Furness.
Now Dracht is now behind the 8 ball. Showing a bit of spirit there as well by hitting that double top, Ryan.
Fourth leg, Ryan to
He
throw
could be
first.
hard to stop tonight if he
Game
plays
on.
at this kind of level, hitting every double he's going for.
Well, he looked very nervy last night, and well, his fate was in his hands, and he missed
96.
multiple opportunities to keep it in his hands, win the match, and guarantee qualification. And that worried me a tad.
100.
Looking very, very good tonight, has to be said. More comfortable than he did on Thursday or Friday.
I wonder if Adam Lipscomb is watching right now, because
100.
he had a chance to knock Ryan Finesse out and put himself in this position. Unfortunately, it was Kevin Blommer who mysteriously put in his best performance
100.
of the group when he was already out.
A la Kevin Painter against Willie Borland in Group C.
Yeah. Peter Hudson wouldn't be here had it been for Kevin's efforts
95.
against Big Willie from Scotland. There's definitely adrenaline pumping tonight.
100.
And we've got 180s in this game. We didn't get any in the last one, which means my accumulator's already busted.
Yes.
You don't have to look too smug. I did go big, I will say that. And if you are having to get gamble tonight, just remember it's over 18s only. BigGambleAware.org for more information and gamble responsibly, please.
97. Ryan, you're required.
Save your money and come down here.
Didn't go double-double. Probably should have.
Yeah.
51.
Tidies up, but
Martin, you're required.
Martins,
24.
1 from 2 on the doubles, 3 in hand. Shouldn't miss.
This double
Game shot of the fourth leg.
hasn't been that
Martin
bad
Grant.
to him this week, but I tell you what, he would swap
Fifth leg,
probably about
Martin
3 or
to
4 hits
Rovers.
at that double
Game on.
this week for 1 hit from earlier in the week when he missed the 9-darter on double 12.
It was, as you would have seen at the top of the show, right on the wire.
44.
Good response there, Nico, because leg 3 was a break of throw for Ryan Finesse in 15, a 180 and a 14-dart break back in leg 4 for Martin Grant.
91.
Super standard in this game as well.
Good game. Proper game of darts.
This is what you would expect when these
41.
players can see a big check in their sights and a little bit of silverware.
And playing in front of a crowd as well.
99.
And a crowd that's given them the best of order.
And this is a little bit of what they want to do in their futures as well. Now, Martin Dracht, if you have not been joining us
95.
earlier in the week, he played at the Baltic Sea Darts Open in Kiel in northern Germany earlier this year. He made the last 16, and on the Saturday he played in front of 4,500 people.
And won.
He can do it in front of fans.
And he had to come all the way through the qualifiers. He ended up winning more games than the person who went on to win it.
Yep, absolutely right. 5 games in qualifying and 2 more in the tournament. The person who won the tournament
100.
only won 5 in total. Will Martin win this game?
140. Ryan, you require
Darts
151.
like that. Ryan Finesse doing it. May have to start taking out some of these big shots. 80 left.
130.
Pressures the 60 now.
60.
Has to move. That flight is right in his eye line.
40.
Massive, massive miss.
Ryan, you require
Double 10
20.
for Finesse. It's for a break of throw.
Game
He hits double 5.
Ryan Finesse.
And now he has a chance to serve this out for the first 2 points of Group 2. If he
Six
wins
leg
tonight,
Ryan
I'm going to get me one of those shirts.
first. Game
And
on.
I'm going to wear it in privacy. I think if I wore that on the golf course, people would have to wear sunglasses to look at me. He's worn 3 different
55.
shirts this week. He's had penguins on the shirt. He had flamingos on Thursday. They were particularly fetching.
Yeah, it's the driving range up in
55.
Salisbury that has the golf shop there, and they have an amazing array. And when he was here last time, I was picking his brains, and he said,
115.
"Give them a ring, they'll look after you." Sadly, they never got back to me. They are
100.
right up my street. Maybe not this one. I did like the one with flamingos on though, Nico. You quite like the one with the penguins.
Yeah, I do like the penguins, but then I've already got a
140.
golf shirt with penguins on it.
It's the black and white, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
134.
Great switching from Martin Dracht. He's going to need something mahusive with his next visit, you feel.
125.
From finesse. That's a guaranteed shot at 66 to win those points and to mimic what Christian Kist
140. Ryan, you require 66.
in game one. But this is against the darts. He has the darts in his second qualifying match.
30.
Will he rue that miss at double 18? If Martin hits this 72,
Martin, you
he
require 72.
has a chance to serve it out. It is one dart at tops to survive.
52.
3 in hand at 36 to make
Ryan,
a
you
great
require
start.
36.
Double 9.
27.
4 missed darts for the match. Martin can't believe that he's coming back, but
Nope.
he should
Martin,
definitely
you require
count
20.
his chickens.
He was 4 from 3 on the doubles. 3 from 4 on the doubles and never looked likely to miss one.
Of all the doubles that Dracht has had a
Angel
problem
the
with this
six
week, it's
leg,
been that
Martin
one.
Dracht.
And how ironic that he does find it with the first shot this time. That
Seventh
was
and final
possibly
leg,
the
Martin
most
to throw
positive
first.
shot he's had at
Game
double
on.
10 all week long.
And he's had nightmares on it, hasn't he?
He really has.
Well, the opening 2 legs were holds. We've then had legs of 15 darts for Ryan, which is a break. The response of 14 from
100.
Martin. Then another break in 17. Then another break in 16 to get us to 3-3. But this man has had
85.
4 match darts to wrap it up. 4-2.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Ryan Finesse playing county darts tomorrow?
I do believe so.
96.
Tommy Morris, when he left yesterday, went straight to Cambridgeshire, I do believe.
Yeah, good luck to Dorset this weekend, playing in Cambridgeshire.
60.
And possible promotion to the Premier League for the very first time in Dorset's history. So
Yeah.
good luck to Scott Mitchell and the team.
Yeah, with the standard of players down there, it does
100.
surprise me. Yeah, good luck to Devon, who were at Gwynedd. Do believe it was a bit of an epic drive up there. I know it very well.
That's an epic shot.
And needed. What a time to get his first max in the match.
Yeah, but look what he's up against.
Just
as good.
65.
And that was silent from the crowd. They are in shock. Soon as Finesse hits that max, they think he might have it in the bag. They can barely be
100.
separated, but
Martin, you
remember
require
that Finesse
40.
missed 4 match darts. Dracht gets 1. Gets a second. Has to stop. That was really mature. A noise from outside the arena. And this is the biggest dart of his night so far. It's double 10 again. And it's in again.
Shot.
He's getting his own back
Martin
on the 20
Dracht.
segment. Ryan Finesse is not out of the running. If you are going to lose in this group stage, lose tight. But Martin Dracht knows that when he comes back in game 6 against Scott Baker, if he wins that one, he will win the group. When we come back, we'll be going back to Group 1. We'll see Colin Osborne for the very first time tonight.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've already seen our first bit of drama for the evening as Martin Dracht silenced the Finesse fans, winning by 4 legs to 3. Finesse missing a flurry of match darts to get over the line. Next up for us in Group 1, Peter Hudson up against Colin Osborne. Hudson needs to win, otherwise his chances of progression is over. Watching us in the commentary box, it's Chris and Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deacon. And we are into a territory that Peter will not know much about. In fact, he doesn't know anything about this situation because this is his first Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series, and he's never been in a knockout scenario. So this is our first knockout game here on Saturday night. If Osborne, the 47-year-old from Middlesbrough, wins the game, Peter Hudson is out, and it will be a shootout between Osborne and Kist to see who wins the group
First
in
leg,
Game
Peter
5.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is the 8th meeting between these two. They actually met in Q School, and it went all the way to a final leg with Hudson winning 6-5. And then there's a 10-year gap, Nico, to the last time they met in 2013, where Hudson won that one as well.
140.
In the same year, he won that one as well, 6-2. But their first full meetings, spanning across 2011 and 2012,
96.
Colin Osborne won all 4.
There you go. That was Colin Osborne 1.0. This is Colin Osborne 2.0. Everything that you see is after a bit of a rebuild.
140.
But he has things on his mind tonight. I emphasize the plural because if he makes the final tonight, he will become the person who has played the
78.
most matches here at the MODUS Super Series. If he wins tonight, he will join Robert Owen on 5 weekly titles. But even with those 5 weekly titles,
140.
he's still searching for the pot of gold at the end of the series rainbow.
And it will be his first here, won't it? And there's not... Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, he's won once already. Yeah, it'll be his second, because not too many people
59.
have
Colin
won
will require 81.
in both venues. Our old one at Southampton and our new purpose-built live lounge here in Portsmouth.
I do believe there have been a few people who have won
55.
in this venue and
Peter
the other
require
one.
128.
We'll touch on that in the next leg. Let's see if Hudson can take the 1-2-8, which is particularly tricky. Not so. Things are not looking up for Peter.
Yeah, more often than not ends on the ball, which is why it's tricky. Sometimes gets more
45.
tricky if you hit the treble 18 and it's not an
26.
inviting dart.
213's one of the most neglected doubles on the board. In fact, statistically, it's the second most neglected
Game
double on the
first
board.
leg, Colin Osborne.
Colin gives it a bit of attention to take a 1-0 lead and a break of throw.
It used to be my dad's
Second leg,
starting
Colin
double
to
in,
throw first.
double
Game
out
on.
league darts in Bristol.
Yeah, I like a bit of double 13. It's good for the right-eye dominant player.
Yep.
If you are curious, the most neglected double on the board
81.
is double 17.
Yeah, hit the fewest or hit the least amount of times.
Strap yourselves in then.
96.
7 names.
Stop teasing us.
7 names who have won here and at the other venue.
Well, Colin Osborne.
On top of Colin, so 7 more.
45.
Graham Usher.
1 down, 6 to go.
100.
Keep thinking. I'll let you know how you get on over the course of the night. First and foremost, let's look at what Colin Osborne
85.
has done this week in his 8 games. He's got a win ratio of 50%. Now, that is fine, because all you've got to do is get to Saturday night and possibly save your best stuff for Saturday night. His best average, 98.56, came in a 4-0 win in his very first match, and his only win on Thursday.
Robert Owen.
Well done.
59.
Josh Payne. Conan Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead. There you go. We'll drip feed you over the night, because if we give them all away now, it's just not fun, because
No.
you might be sitting around with your family right now thinking, we watch this every week.
59.
Who do I remember winning in the small room and the big one?
And if you watch it every week, watch it here live. Come and join us. It's a great fun night out. If you only have 3 drinks, which is
26.
any 3 drinks for £10, your £2 booking fee for your ticket, where can you get a night out like this for 12 quid?
Yeah.
If you've found one, please let us know and we'll go.
Does that include the bottle of Bollinger that I'll be asking for?
I'm not quite sure that's on the old drinks list.
That's probably why I'm sitting in here. 1-3-1 for Hudson.
49.
Has not come down by much, which invites Osborne back into this leg. If he can get himself into 2-dart range here, he might get a shot. In fact, he might leave a double. Now, what would you do here on 85? Would you go bull?
139. Peter Yohar.
And that's why I would have gone board. I would have guaranteed myself 2 darts at a double.
That's lucky, because
Yes.
if he'd got a small number, it would have been very tricky. Now he's got the bullseye.
Game on the
Talk
second
about
leg,
taking the
Peter
most of your
Hudson.
fortune, because let's put it this way. If he gets a small 3 or a small 7, missing that 25 in bull,
Third leg, Peter to
it makes
throw
things
first.
so much more
Game
difficult.
on.
What we have seen so far tonight is instant responses to breaks of throw.
99.
That was one right there.
I think I said it earlier in the week. If that keeps happening, it's like Breakback Mountain.
Yeah, it's been very much like
62.
that this week.
Does it feel different when you're in a knockout scenario as opposed to
96.
all of this qualifying all week long, where you think, it's all right, I got another game?
Yeah, I treated it like I treated every game like a knockout game. I just sort of thought, right, just treat it that way. See what happens.
99.
Osborne has won on this stage previously. He's the only person who's played all week who has won a week here.
60.
There are other players who have been to a Saturday night, including the likes of Scott Baker and Ryan Finesse. The other one, Kevin Painter, who was eliminated in Group C.
140.
Fourth 140 leads that column 4-1.
Every game showing just how tight things are tonight. The only person we haven't seen so far, Scott Baker, comes next, and you do not want to miss that, because he's been amazing this week, and he's very quick.
100.
And it's a must-win game for Ryan, isn't it? Scott wins, he takes Martine through with him.
Chance for Osborne to break again.
95. Colin, you require
And he has
100.
taken this out this week. In fact, it's his best finish of the week. That's in. He'll try to cushion one over the top.
60.
Slightly
Peter
over
require
pitch because he
52.
changed the line. Oh, for our first hold of throw and a 2-1 lead. Remember, it's a must-win game for Hudson.
32.
It's exactly the same scenario for
Colin,
Scott
you
Baker
require
as it
40.
is here for Colin Osborne. A win for Colin. He's through and takes Kist with him.
Double 10. Around the houses.
Game
And
on
into
the third
double
leg,
5.
Colin Osborne.
Not showing a great deal of teeth gritting there, but Osborne will internalise that and make sure
Fourth
that
leg,
Peter
Colin
can't
to
see a
throw
thing.
first.
That's so
Game
smart. When he turned around after that break of throw, he saved his facial expression for a time where Hudson couldn't see it. That's playing the poker game of darts, that right there.
137.
It's our ninth break of throw, Nico, in 17 legs so far tonight.
Is that a sign of the tension up there?
100.
What's at stake?
Could well be.
Make it to the semis, you get £1,250 tonight. Make the final, 2,500. And then double your money if you win the whole thing. And that invite
125.
to Champions Week. And possibly Champions Night on August 5th.
Really not too many amateur players out there who've
97.
had a £5,000 cash or played in a £2,500 game.
Wonderful from Osborne. He hasn't had a great deal of maximums this week. That's only his 6th.
Just picked the tempo up beautifully there after dart 1. What a response.
135.
He's
Colin
fearing the
Roquar,
worst, though.
59.
Osborne really is starting to kick like Ian Thorpe.
And he's got 6 at this after straying on his final dart.
39.
He's had problems on that double 10 this week.
Yep.
He's missed it by some big margins. And for someone who loves tops, you've got to have a friendship with double 10 as well. You're not going to hit it every time.
99.
That breakdown double
Colin
relationship
Roquar,
is very
20.
important. That's another big miss at double 10.
Game
But he's there for 3-1.
Colin Osborne.
And Hudson could be one leg away from elimination. After everything he's
Good luck,
done this
Peter,
week, he's
to
played the
throw
most
first.
games of anybody. He
Game
could
on.
well be gone before game 4 here on Saturday night.
He's ruthless on a Saturday night. 2 of the 3 winning legs for Colin. Completed in
41.
14 darts. Sandwiched in the middle. An 18 dart break of throw. An average of nearly 91.
You're the person to ask about fatigue because
89.
you've come through a Group A, Group C, finals night scenario. How are you feeling on Saturday night?
I just think the adrenaline was just carrying me through, and listen, you always need a
134.
little bit of good fortune along the way, and I had a bit of that.
We've got 3 nations through to Champions Week already, courtesy of
60.
Saturday night play in the last month. Danny Lauby of the United States beat Wesley Harms of the Netherlands. Rhys Robinson of England. He came through week 2.
83.
And Northern Ireland's Neil Duff beat Bradley Roos of the Netherlands last week. So 3 nations through. Will we get another nation through tonight?
100.
We do have the Netherlands and England represented tonight, so it's going to be
123.
double dipping for somebody.
Can't beat a double dip, Nico.
Okay, I've got to ask you then, just slightly off topic. Do you go salsa first or guacamole first?
Salsa.
135.
You and I are
Peter
very
Roquar,
different
120.
Well, we know that, Nico.
And it could be a knockout scenario here for Osborne. If he can find this ton plus checkout, Peter Hudson will not throw any more darts here this week.
44.
What I call posh food
Colin
is
Roquar,
sitting down to eat it.
117.
Get your knife and fork out and fill your belly. 2 very well thrown shots, but just on the wrong side of the wire.
59.
Interesting.
Peter
Going for a
Roquar,
treble 20, it would have left
76.
double 9. Yeah, I think he's just scratching his head. Pressure can cause you to miscount. And he's still questioning himself.
Well, every now and again,
56.
I'm starting to question this. I think some players are starting to do that on purpose
Colin Roquar,
to try and
58.
distract the player who likes to watch.
As Matt Edgar calls it, meerkatting.
Double top. There's another miss on the
38.
right-hand side of double 10. Those 2
Peter
darts,
Roquar,
had one of them
20.
hit, Hudson would be gone. High and to the right, surely.
Well, we'll take another look at this from another angle to see what he can see. So it's top. Well, That's where he's looking. Oh,
Game
what a
shot on the
dart
fifth
that
leg,
is. He
Peter Hudson.
hit a wonderful bullseye, didn't he? On the 82,
Six
wasn't
leg
it?
Cullen to throw
Yeah, he's
first.
got
Game on.
Problems in the table because even if he wins this match from here, he's going to have 2 points
22.
and minus 1. That is not a good formula for success in group play here on Saturday night. Christian kissed.
134.
He wouldn't even need to win the last match. Osborne would.
81.
But if there are different score lines in these groups, we are guaranteed not to have a 9-dart shootout. It's not going to happen in this group by the looks of it.
92.
In fact, it's not going to because Osborne's got 3 legs. So there goes that hope.
You sick man.
They're just exciting. I like them.
You just like seeing people go through the
97.
ringer.
Yeah, especially when I'm sitting here. I've had my share of torture in my career. Got to give props to Hudson, though, the way he's
83.
stuck to his task and given everything he's got this week. He's not played his best darts at all, but his ability to stick around, that is something that gets people's attention.
It's how, for me,
60.
it's when he's been in battles and he's got it back to 3-all. More often than not, his best leg in the match has come in the deciding leg. Just ask Kevin Painter.
Best not. Give it till Monday.
$73.
Great last shot. Makes things a little bit easier. It's still an awkward finish, but you'd much rather be sitting in Peter's chair than Collins right now. And the wheels are coming off a little bit for Colin.
Peter, you require 119.
2 mismatched darts.
Well, this would be a bit of an upset. Colin Osborne was the order 7 favourite. Well, we had a couple of upsets last night, didn't we, at the
87.
World Series at Madison Square Garden in New York. Michael Smith gone and Peter Wright gone as well.
They might be home by the time this is over.
100. Peter, you require 32.
This is not over yet. We might be going the distance for the second consecutive game. Finesse missed match darts and lost his
Game on the
match.
6 leg, Peter
Osborne
Hudson.
has missed match darts. Will he lose his first match of this group? Yet again,
Seventh and
Hudson
final
hanging
leg,
on.
Peter to throw first. Game on.
You said it, Mace. He's been really good in a 3-3 situation this week. And he started really
120.
well again.
It just happened so frequently.
Funnily enough, this is the first fixture tonight of 2 players that have not met this week.
60.
Finesse had played Dract. Kist had played Hudson. But these 2 are having their first meeting of the week in a knockout style match.
99.
Osborne's got to get busy. He's got the only maximum of this game.
Needs another.
That's what you can see that
121.
they've been doing over the last 6 and a bit legs.
And for large portions of the match, Colin Osborne was well into the 90s.
That's where he likes it, music-wise.
85.
I've spoken to him about it at length. And his walk-on song, Unbelievable, by EMF, one of the biggest songs of the early 90s.
Well, it was a monster. This is a monster.
125.
On the bright side, he's 2 points ahead.
He needs 2 points from the match. The 2 points he needs.
100.
Peter Hudson, like he's done so frequently throughout the week in deciding legs, he's left himself a two-darter after just 4 visits.
Now just watch
30.
for Peter Hudson's
Peter, you
reaction
require 97.
if
Or
he
lack
wins
of it.
this. Double top.
$57.
Not yet, and Osborne is cursing himself for leaving 165.
Yeah, it was a really poor visit. 195, there's a case to start on the 19s, wasn't there? 9 of them leave double 12. 5 of them leave a two-darter.
Well, 86 left. Confirmed. Just trying to
97.
give Peter Hudson a little
Peter,
bit
you
more
require
thinking time.
40.
Let's see if it's a good thing. Double 10 for Hudson. 1 left. There have been 6 match darts in this contest. Peter's had 4, Collins had 2,
20.
and Osborne may get another.
Colin, you require 68.
Trouble 20. The double 4. We've seen some bullets already dodged tonight. Are we going to see another?
That's a missed single because he wanted the 8.
36.
He wanted the 8 for tops.
Peter, you require 20.
You can cut the tension with a butter knife. Is Hudson still alive with this last dart? He is not
No
somehow.
score.
And if this double 6 goes in, Hudson is out.
Colin, you require 32.
He will be wondering how that third dart did not go into the 20 segment. I'm still wondering it myself. That leaves 25.
Game.
I was
Shot.
just about to
And
lose
the match,
count
Colin
of the
Osborne.
amount of match darts that we've had for these two players, but ultimately the story of that game means Peter Hudson is out of this finals night in week 4. There you can see the averages. In the end, they didn't mean a great deal. It was all about the scrap at the end, and Osborne is through with a game to spare, and his game with Christian Kist in Game 5 will be a shootout to see who wins that group. We'll be back with some more action in Group 2 after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Peter Hudson is the first player to be eliminated from the competition after losing out 4-3 to Colin Osborne. What a dramatic match we saw there. Peter Hudson missing darts to go on and win that particular encounter as well. So next up for us, we're going to see Ryan Finesse in action up against Scott Baker. It's the first time we've seen Baker this evening. Ryan Finesse, well, he's in a similar position to Hudson in the previous match. Watching this one in the commentary box, Chris and Paul.
Thank you very much, Henry. And this is one we've most definitely been looking forward to. Ryan Furness, 29 from Salisbury. Well, he should have won, or could have won, and ended up losing to Drac, who dodged a few bullets himself, as did Colin Osborne. The only convincing winner so far tonight is the bookie's favourite, Christian Kist. It feels like forever waiting for Scotty Baker, but he will have 2 games in quick succession. We've got this one, then the final game in Group 1 between Colin Osborne and Kist. Winner of that match tops that group. And then Baker will be back to face Martijn Dracht. Advantage,
55.
Nico, or disadvantage for Scott Baker?
Personally, I think it's an advantage because when you come in late, it means that you're playing 2 games from 3, and you don't mind doing that. You're condensing the night.
85.
You're not playing first game, then 5th game, which is exactly what Christian Kist has got.
Good point. Didn't think about that.
If I
134.
look back to when I played in week 12, like you did, and I don't mean to sound like Dean Saunders when I said when I played.
137.
But I like the construct of game on, game off, game on, game off. It's a lovely little rhythm to the night.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he's playing someone who didn't win their opening match may sit a little bit better with him.
60.
Because the pressure is on Furness's shoulders.
But Scott Baker has only lost 1 match this week.
Yep.
And he might not lose this first leg.
100. Scott Johar, 42.
Double 16.
Game
And he's not messing around again. This is just what Scott Baker's done all week. And if we think about some of the records that have been broken this week, and some of the records that could have been broken this week, Baker had a match against Willie Borland. It took 5 minutes and 58 seconds. He missed a bullseye to complete that match in 5 minutes and 43 seconds. Had he hit that bullseye, it would have been the quickest game ever here at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, the only game he's lost this week was on Thursday. It was his final match of the session. It was against Pete Hudson, who we've just seen eliminated, who had one of his best performances, if not his best performance, 93.11. It was only 4-3, but Baker, who going into that match, was averaging 97.58 for the session.
100.
Averaged just 80. And that literally is the only blot on the copybook.
100. Ryan Johar, 161.
It's the only time this week I've seen him look tired as well. It's almost as if when he played on Friday, he learnt from the fact that he was tired in Game 5.
Scott Johar,
and he found a way to get some extra energy out of that second day of play.
77.
That would have been a particularly naughty 102.
Ryan Johar,
getting it on the bullseye at the end.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 on day 1, 5 out of 5 on day 2 for Baker. 1 dart, a double 18.
30.
They've been very quiet, haven't they?
25.
Not had too much to sing about so far. And if this goes in, they're not getting
Scott Baker.
too much to sing about in this one. Just a little ripple of applause.
Third leg Ryan to throw first.
Well, the situation has to be addressed now. Ryan Finesse,
100.
if he wins this game 4-2, by winning the next 4 legs, he will qualify.
97.
He will get to +1 in leg difference and have the 2 points in the bank. If he wins 4-3, then we are on 9 darts
97.
shootout watch.
Yep.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Baker would like to win this match
100.
and make Group 2 identical to Group 1, where we've got 2 qualifying matches just to see who wins the relative groups.
55.
In terms of the odds on this one, Nico, they went reasonably tight on both. Very much a pick'em game. 10 to 11, Ryan. 4 to 5, Scott Baker.
I'd be interested to see the odds on games like this if there were draws.
115.
I'm sure they'd be different. But we don't do draws.
No,
That's probably why we've got so many people watching in North America, because they don't like draws over
And you
there.
require 134.
we've only got so many abakai.
Abacuses.
74.
Scott Baker's highest finish of the
Scott
week,
require 152.
144. And that will remain the case.
60.
In fact, the biggest of the
Ryan, you
week
require
has
60.
come from Martijn Dracht at 164.
Yeah, that 1-4-4 for
Game shot in the third leg.
Scotty Baker
Ryan
came in a
Furness.
match where there was also a 1-4-5 as Ryan Furness gets his first chalk
Fourth
on the
leg,
board, a
Scott to
17-dart hold.
Furness. Game on.
I wonder if Ryan's got a golf
60.
shirt that is covered in Mexican bottles of beer. Put them two together and that would make a really nice Sunday.
78.
What he wants is a waistcoat covered in cervezas.
40.
That's right, because they're not beers. They're cervezas. Baker's running average for the week before we started here was over 92. The only person to be over 90 for the running average this week. Particularly impressive
59.
for a former England international and multiple title winner on the WDF circuit. Former 2-year tour card holder as well.
96. 45.
It's fast becoming apparent in the amateur game just how important winning these
137.
weekly titles is. You speak to the likes of Conan Whitehead, Osborne, and the people that have won in this series.
97. Ryan, you
They're
require
getting pretty
50.
emotional at winning these weekly titles because they're hard. Double 16 for Ryan.
18.
No chance for Scott. When we talk about stats from the last couple of days, or indeed the last 5 days,
100. Ryan, you require 32.
they are just an indication of what is possible. We can't tell the future. We can't tell you what they're going to do.
No
We're just
score.
telling you what form they're in.
Scott, you require 100.
And what we think they're going to do. And I think Baker hits tops. Ooh. That's in for
60.
that ton out. That's been his MO
Ryan, you
this
require
week.
32.
Not quite there in this game so far.
No, the D's missing.
He does get those darts to lean over a bit. That's not ideal, but that's a
Game shot in the
lovely
fourth
surgical
leg.
shot to draw
Furness.
level. He's on for 4 straight legs to qualify. 2 down, 2 to go.
Fifth leg, Ryan to throw
And that would
first.
mean
Game on.
that Scott Baker would be in a very horrible position going into match 6.
100.
Must-win game. And it would have to be by a certain scoreline, which we'll look at when this one is done and dusted. He's been on the
140.
He's been on the back foot a bit since he won leg 2 to lead 2-0.
135.
Not able to replicate the
100.
consistency of Thursday and Friday thus far.
Is it difficult sometimes knowing that even if you lose, you still have another chance to come?
58.
It almost feels like the end of a group situation during the week with a tiny bit more intensity.
60.
What you really want to do in Scott's position, or indeed in Colin Osborne's position, is just get that first win.
Yeah.
And if you're in the situation
58.
of winning that game and being through with a game to spare, that will make things so much easier for the night.
Yeah, my mentality was if I don't win my first game, I'm out.
100.
that's sort of-
Ryan, you require 150.
How I treated the situation. That's in.
So is that.
135.
That's not.
Scott,
To
you
the
require
delight of Scott Baker,
101.
but it's a hard ask. Still on.
85.
Feels like he's a dart behind all of a
Ryan, you
sudden.
require 15.
He's behind in the averages. And Furness did have the darts in this one. And he gets it done.
Furness.
The 17 dart. Well, you called it, Nico. I thought it was very unlikely, but he is one
6 legs
away
Scott to throw first.
from qualifying
Game on.
for the semi-finals.
Finesse wins the leg, he's through.
100.
Baker wins the leg. Then things get really interesting. We will cross that bridge when we get there.
58.
We are yet to have a 9-dart shootout involving a player who has already been in one.
140.
Better start from Baker.
60.
2-6-1 after 6. That's where you want to be, if not better. The equivalent of 140 ton.
100.
Adds another ton on top of it. The scoring is starting to knit together a little bit better now. This
Well,
is the scoring chart.
well, and their averages
60.
are trading
Scott, you require
places.
161.
How many times have we mentioned that movie this week?
87.
It's a slip into the 7.
Yeah, I'd have been going ball there. I'd have been playing safe.
Does have time on his side, though.
134.
That time
Scott, you
is
require
starting to get
74.
shorter and shorter.
Like when you keep it in snooze on the alarm.
54.
I actually woke up before my alarm this morning. Shock horror. Double 10 has told a very interesting story so far tonight.
97. Scott, you
A case of
require
hits for
20.
Dracht, misses for Hudson,
Gains
and
on
hits
the
for
6 legs,
Baker.
Scott Baker.
So Finesse now has only one route into the semi-finals.
7th and
He
final
must
leg, Ryan,
win this
to
leg.
throw first.
If he
Game on.
does, he's praying for a 9-dart shootout all of a sudden. This is the part of the week that I love.
140.
Everything comes down to this leg.
44.
It reminds me of that wonderful final in week 12 in the previous series between Niall Cullerton and John Henderson. Niall missed 152 on double 16,
43.
and John Henderson took out a ton-plus shot to win the week. It was remarkable.
100.
Certainly, I've had some amazing Saturday nights here at the Live Lounge.
100.
All of a sudden, when you get to this point, 1, treble visits become very, very good indeed. And 2,
140.
you don't need me to tell you that they're even better, but that was much needed because Baker against the darts is trying to stay in touch with the man in lime green.
98.
Wouldn't he love a 177 here?
99. Ryan,
They
you
are just
require 120.
sparring with each other in the first 12 darts. First chance goes to Ryan, and it's a shot at tops.
Game.
He's still alive. To their delight, Scott Baker, Ryan Finesse, and Martijn Dracht may have to play each other in a 9-dart shootout at the end of Game 6. We'll come back to that at the apt time, but that 120 checkout from Ryan Finesse for 15 darts in the last leg. It keeps him alive, and all he can do now is watch. Baker's got more work to do when he plays Dracht in Game 6 in a couple of games' time. When we come back, it's the eliminator for the winner of Group 1. It's either Osborne or Kist.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And why don't you join this crowd every single Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? Tickets are available via dartshop.tv for every single Saturday evening until our Champions Week finals night on August the 5th. Right before the break, Ryan Finesse kept his chances of progression alive courtesy of a 4-3 victory against Scott Baker. To Group 1 now is Colin Osborne up against Christian Kist, the final game of the group. This is going to decide who's going to top it and play in semi-final 1 come 10 o'clock. Watching this one in commentary, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, let's get it on. Game 5. Not as much pressure on this one because we are going to see Christian Kist and Colin Osborne in the semi-finals. But where in the semi-finals, indeed? The winner of this game will be involved in semi-final 1. The runner-up in this game will be involved in semi-final 2. And as for who they play, how long's a piece of string? We'll get to that in due course because we could indeed have a 9-dart shootout.
I do have the answer to that.
First leg,
How long a
Collins
piece of
is
string is,
Rovers.
Nico? It's twice as long as it is from
Game
the
on.
middle to the end.
You were the smart Alec at the back of the class in physics, weren't you?
If I would have gone, Nico, most definitely I would have been.
85.
Well, let's face it, these guys are in a good position in their group because they've won their first game,
96.
both beating Peter Hudson. He's already eliminated, so we are down to 5 players here on Saturday night in week 4. The leg difference between the two of these guys is completely irrelevant. It's all about the points.
83.
Yeah, because one of them will be on 4 points. The loser will stay on 2. But Group 2 is where the drama is at, and we have the potential
58.
for another 9-dart shootout.
A 3-person 9-dart shootout, where we had the very first
125.
3-person 9-dart shootout in the world. We have had a tweet actually from somebody saying, wasn't there one in the Grand Slam before?
140.
It's a good question,
Yeah, there's been loads.
but there were 2-person 9-dart shootouts. We've had a 3-person one. We've had 2.
100.
One by the man to my left, the other one, and Ryan Finesse won the other one, and he's possibly involved in one later on tonight.
Yes, and I don't recommend them. I much preferred my other route.
26.
So if you got an email from Trustpilot saying, would you recommend 9-dart shootouts? What?
Wouldn't even get a star.
Wouldn't give it a star.
I wouldn't even reply, Nico. I'd put it in my recycle bin. Junk.
68.
Trash. I don't want to do another.
Well, I hate to be critical of Colin Osborne, but I think even he would admit that some of the darts he had at double in the previous match were junk. But it's a good start, and
43.
with his experience and his mental
40.
strength, he can put that into the trash and find his way through with a bit more positivity.
Well, that is something that over the years,
20.
especially this version of
Christian Uruguay,
Colin Osborne, he's been
138.
very good at. But for me, I've just not seen the kind of form. And listen, you cannot pick and choose a time when you're in good form. You can try and manipulate it with practice and everything else. But if you've just come up off the top, there's nothing you can do. Sometimes you got to win ugly.
Game shot on the first leg, Colin Osborne.
That'll do. 20 darts for the first leg, taking advantage of another slow start from Christian.
Second leg, Christian to throw first.
I've just thought about someone when it comes to Scott Baker in the next match. He was up against Finesse, who is not particularly slow, but not the quickest.
81.
I just wonder if when Scott was trying to qualify this week that he found the perfect canvas.
Yeah, good point.
100.
Playing the likes of Borland and Prakash Jiwa, who unfortunately had to withdraw on Friday.
It was a group of speedsters. The slowest player was
100.
Kevin Painter, and he's not slow.
No, he's not.
Yeah, Kiss made a slow start to his opening match against Hudson, didn't he? He lost the opening leg. He had 21 darts in the leg and couldn't get it done. And Peter Hudson won it in 21
59.
with a break of throw.
And what are we seeing tonight? These guys not often playing for £5,000.
100.
4 matches for £5,000. And in particular, for someone like Scott Baker, it could be 3 wins for £5,000 because you can lose a game, go through, and still bank the jackpot.
100.
What's been your highlight of the week? I think it's the right time of week to ask that because we're not talking about leg difference permutations here. We've got a bit of time for it. What's the thing that will stand out when you think back on week 4?
100. Christian Uruguay, 120.
Probably that 106 average from this man here, just because how it featured
60.
after Blommer
Colin Uruguay,
popping in the
102.
highest average of the week. It was almost like a, oh no, you're not stealing my thunder.
It's a bit like Fernando Alonso putting in a big time and then all of a sudden Max Verstappen saying,
80.
Yeah,
I can go faster
Christian
than that.
Uruguay,
yeah.
60.
Watch this.
Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
Flawless
Christian
finishing.
Kiss.
Tonight from Christian Kist. He's just been amazing at the outer ring. 4 out of 5 in his first game.
Yeah,
he
he's
hit his
just
first double in this one.
Game on.
Yeah, so he's currently running at 5 out of 6.
Scoring, however,
140.
not at the same level in this game yet, but he's still got time to play with. And this is the complexity of being the winner of Group A because they always get the same spot.
121.
They get Game 1 and Game 5. It's a bit of a waiting time between those two games. It's It's over an hour sometimes.
140.
And then, of course, we won't be starting the semi-finals before 10, so we will have our final match in Group 2 as he finds the first max of the match, and it's against the throw. And then he will
60.
play match 1 in our semi-finals. So again, he'll have a little bit of a break, but I think we were onto something for someone like Kist, who can then... Oh.
Well, that's different. That flight needs replaced. How has he done that?
Did it go through the fight and then have a bounce out?
106.
That was a little bit too quick.
That is one of the most individual Robin Hoods we've ever seen. In fact, I wouldn't even call it a Robin Hood because it's not in the stem.
It's literally gone
65.
straight through the flight.
Christian, you require
I have to
134.
stop calling him lipstick and calling him shredder.
Running repairs.
Good job he took some spares up there.
56. Colin, you require 96.
For that to happen, you've got to have foldable flights and very sharp points. You might never, ever do that again. Osborne's
No
busted.
score.
Oh, dear.
Christian, you require 78.
Double top.
Not missed one yet.
38.
Only the second dart. He's
Colin,
missed
you
a double all
require
night.
96.
And this is where 96 will feel like 196. Mental strength needed. Double 9 again. It's in the corner this time.
Colin Osborne.
And a smug smile there from Ozzy. It's almost as if he knew. And a little bit of a swagger there as
Christian
well.
to throw first. Game on.
I've got an interesting point to make and a question to ask you, Chris. They haven't got a clue because they're playing in Group 1. Always precedes the action in Group 2 at the end. They haven't got a clue who they could play in the semi-finals. Does that give this game a more relaxed nature because they've got no
95.
idea who they would play?
Yeah, they're not really. They're playing for pride, but I can understand where you're coming from. You could sort of
100.
just take your eye off the ball, but you may have to play against each other in the final. And I'd want to go up there having one over on you.
How many times have we seen it where someone has beaten a player, then lost to them in the final? I remember when Richie Parkin beat Jamie
100.
Kelling, and then Kelling beat Richie Parkin in the final. That's got to feel strange. Richie Parkin, of course, from the same area of the world as Colin.
59.
And I think it's that winning mentality as well. You want to remain unbeaten.
I always say at the start of the week that if you're playing a player 7 times in a week, it's a good thing because you're in the final with said player.
Yeah.
We're not going to get that this week.
100.
But we are going to get another maximum.
One apiece in that column.
Kissed on a ton plus finish.
Games
And taking
on the
it
board by
out.
Christian Kiss.
Yeah, and acknowledged very nicely by Colin Osborne.
Fifth leg Colin to throw first.
15
Game on.
darter. First leg of the match.
I've just noticed for the first time this week that Christian has got lightning on his
22.
shirt. I wonder if that's got any sort of relevance. I'm pretty sure there is a dart player called Storm and nicknamed
58.
because they had been struck by lightning.
Oh, wow.
It escapes me off the top of my head who that is, but I remember the story.
And live to tell the tale. Wowzers.
61.
I hope when he's interviewed, he doesn't say he hasn't had any luck.
190.
I said at the top of the show that Christian Kist is not noted for his maximums. Well, he's got more than Colin Osborne.
60.
He's got 2. Colin's got 1.
101.
Aha, we have somebody who arguably has as much darting knowledge as us.
59.
He probably watches more darts than us here at the MODUS Super Series. It is our presenter, Henry Deacon, who has come up with said name of dart player from Merseyside, Kevin Garcia.
85.
Oh, wow. Well, 6 darts if he needs them for Kiss to break through and lead 3-2.
Christian Uruguay, 77.
He keeps doubling at this rate. He's going to go down with mythology.
Game
And there
on
it
the
is
fifth leg,
again.
Christian Kiss.
Back-to-back 15 darters, Nico. Starting to turn the screw, and that's what he does.
And don't underestimate the staying
Christian
power
to throw
that
first.
Christian has as well.
Game on.
He's played 5 game groups this week 3 times. And the most he's lost in a day is once.
60.
He's had 4 game stretches. Multiple times.
Well, the pundits' picks are not going too well tonight, Nico.
95.
Oh, well.
I had Furness to beat Dract, and he had darts to win that match, of course. And I had Kist to beat Osborne, which is
121.
going okay. And then my other pick was Baker to beat Dract. Let's hope he beats him full 3 so we can have a 9-dart shootout.
I think the less said about my picks, the better.
140.
I think I'd have had more luck with a blindfold on, throwing darts at the board.
In fairness to you, you did have a 14-1 shot this
100.
week.
And that's as good as it got for me.
We are going to keep tally of how many we get right and how many we get wrong, and who is
96.
commentating next Saturday night? Do we know?
I think it might be Henry.
Well, he will then get in the mix.
80.
Pressure's on you, kidder.
Uruguay, 170.
Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if Colin can hit the big fish. That 140
28.
has memories for
Christian
Christian.
Uruguay, 140.
He's already hit it this week. His biggest finish. And even a ton here might be good enough to give him a match dart.
100. Colin
He won
Uruguay,
his opening match.
142.
4-2. He's a dart away from winning this one 4-2 in convincing fashion.
102.
You can't
Christian
approach much
Uruguay,
better than that
40.
if you don't hit the 142. But
Game,
let's face it, you just
shot, and a
can't
match,
leave Christian
Kiss.
Kist on tops. He's done it again. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, and he's 80%, not just for that game, for the night. And he will go into the first semi-final as the winner of Group 1. Group A winner. He is looking good tonight. Osborne will await the runner-up in the next group. In fact, no, he'll await the winner of the next group. But as to who that is, you'll have to stay with us because it's a bit of a minefield.
And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Christian Kiss get the better Colin Osborne by 4-2. It means that the Lipstick will qualify top of Group 1. As for Group 2, well, anything is possible in this one as Scott Baker takes on Martijn Dracht. Ryan Finesse is waiting in the background, awaiting the result of this one. He may come back on the board either as a semi-finalist or for a 9-dart shootout. But for Scott Baker, he has to win to stand any chance. Right, watching this one in the con spots. Chris and Paul.
Thank you very much. These are the groups that we live for. It's all down to Scott Baker, and he needs to win this match. If he doesn't, he's out. And the favourite of many analysts and punters before tonight will exit early. But if Dracht does win, he will win the group.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
But that scenario, if you're looking for a 9-dart shootout, you might have come to the right place.
190.
Might have come to the right place.
What a
But
start.
the score you need for that is Scott Baker 4, Martijn Dracht 3.
And if you want to watch back that
134.
bizarre Robin Hood from Christian Kist, check out our socials
100.
at MSS Starts, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. It's on our feed and it is remarkable.
Do you know what? I have a nickname for a shot like that. I call it a hammock.
170.
There's that dart just sitting in there like that. Like you're in a hammock on a lovely Sunday.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
100.
Oh, this sounds good. 134, 177 from Dracht against the darts. Baker 180.
140.
Ton.
Sculpture
What
War
a leg this is.
121.
He needs to hit the 1-2-1.
Can't
57.
recall ever seeing a
Marathon Euro
10-darter done this way.
Well,
That's a real happy accident, isn't it?
maybe the tide is turning for Martijn Dracht because he shouldn't have been anywhere near that treble 6.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, that's an
Martijn
11-darter
Dracht.
and the best leg of the night, but I can guarantee you that you have not seen that before.
Second leg, Martijn to throw first.
An 11-darter with a treble
on.
6 in it. Scott Baker knows that he has got his back firmly against the wall now.
59.
In these kind of groups, if things are in your corridor and you can affect it,
59.
it's in your control. You feel you have a responsibility to just make it easy on yourself. Forget about what Scott Baker's got to do. You want to win the group. And if you win Group 2, you do get a game off.
140.
And most players would want that. They'd want that extra 20 minutes.
Yep.
140.
It's been played at such a frenetic pace tonight. We will be having a short break before we join our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV at 10 p.m. So
126.
for those of you watching via our YouTube channel or your chosen bookmakers,
126.
bear with us, but we will be putting in some filler content until 10 p.m.
Scott's already got a smile on his face. I'm not really sure
45.
what he's smiling about because he made an error on his previous shot. He should have gone for treble 20 to leave 170.
That's probably why he's smiling. He's having a little
136.
giggle to himself.
Martijn
Well, that's how he processes things.
131.
I'm so envious of it.
Yeah, he just, like I say, he just doesn't get emotionally triggered. Oh, tops. Just had a feeling about that, didn't it?
71.
These darts are going in the board tonight better than any point this week.
Yeah, cleaner.
Double 5. That's a big dart. Huge break back. The atmosphere in here is so different when Ryan Finesse is playing.
Throw first.
But that's the magnetism of being local, you see. Scott Baker has come all the way from Tipton.
Come and support your favourite players.
I'd love to see a night where There's a bunch of people from Tipton against the local people from Hampshire.
Yeah,
That would be fun.
that would get lively.
100.
Things are going to be really
100.
interesting if we get to 3-3 in this game.
Make it happen. Darting gods. Make it happen.
Well, you weren't here for the first one when Finesse, Shewan and Hamilton were
59.
involved. You were on the stage for the second one. If we get it, you'd be the first person to commentate on one and play in one
140.
here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
The other 9 that I've been incredibly involved in is the 9 dart, having hit one in the World Masters, been on the end of the first one on British television, doing one on the radio, chalking one.
140.
Who was your radio 9? That Wade at the Worlds?
Gary Anderson.
Gary Anderson at the match play. 2018 against Cullen.
100.
That was a particularly
Roger
good
War
one.
61.
Yeah, it was a particularly good game. Wow.
4-4.
53.
Baker does not consolidate yet.
In fact, that was an incredible match play, wasn't it?
Best ever. I'll have that argument with anyone.
In terms of outright performances,
100.
one of the best ever in
Roger require
the
8.
modern era, as I call it. Peter Wright's win.
Game on the third leg.
2-1
Scott
Baker.
It was absolutely dominant from start to finish.
If we look at the
Fourth leg,
games in
Martin
Group
to
2,
throw first. Game on.
yes, they've got a pattern because they've been the same. But there's another pattern as well. The person throwing first has won 4-3. Scott Baker throws first in this one.
135.
Things could change though.
You're like
140.
Columbo. Just one more thing.
Like Angela Lansbury. I've got another question. I'm not even a detective. She was a writer.
95.
How did she get access to so many crime scenes? Never figured that out, you know.
Hollywood, baby. Hollywood.
59.
Tom Selleck wasn't even a copper, he was a PI. Hollywood indeed.
That 308 GTB. What a car.
58.
What a man.
Tom Selleck. Well, we have our own Tom Selleck in darts, don't we? Steve Beaton.
90.
He's done Steve beating things there because Steve can't count on those kind of shots. He would leave 162 or 176, but Scott, again, for the second time in this contest, fails to go to the 60
53.
to leave the
And
170.
he must sort of know it because he's starting on the 18s.
45.
Well, he's at the finish
Martin
now, but only
Uruguay,
just.
160.
Tense. You can feel it. He's not on a finish anymore. And that's a bit
41.
ragged. And
Scott
they
Uruguay,
were not thrown
167.
perfectly.
No, they were edgy. Trouble 19. Ball.
Games
Wow.
on the fourth leg.
Biggest
Scott
finish of the
Baker.
week. What a time to find it.
And against the player who had the biggest finish of the week.
Scott Baker obviously likes some
Fifth leg,
barbecue
Scott
sauce on his
to
burger.
throw first. Game
Because
on.
that means he now has a chance
140.
of going through.
He wins the leg, he eliminates Dract, and it'll be Furness that goes through.
Yes, that was the next port of call.
100.
We have to look at the potential leg difference. Baker winning 4-1 takes him to +2 and 2 points.
99.
Above Finesse and demoting Dract to -2.
100.
For someone who's had a particularly weird and wonderful
60.
up and down week, this would be the strangest of eliminations.
140.
At worst, Martijn must win this leg and the next.
100. Marathon, you require 161. $47.
Chose the right route, but
Squadron
didn't
War
execute the bullet at
102.
25 to leave 96.
Don't be shocked to see this go in. Oh, just hit the ball, and this time a long, long way off.
42.
It's a 50-50
Marathon,
call
you
as to
require
whether the bullseye
114.
is the shot or the treble 14. But now, Martijn, to save his bacon.
Well, needs a treble in one of his two darts. Ooh, that's an interesting way to go. Tops.
Game
He's still there.
Marathon Drake.
Fighting his heart out. Having fun doing it as well. He's defied the break of throw from Baker. Broken straight back. And now we look at a very different scenario.
Game on.
Well, we're continuing to edge closer to a 9-dart shootout. If it follows the
58.
pattern that you picked up on, Nico, Martijn will hold, and so will Baker.
140.
If Baker wins the leg, same scenario as the last leg. Baker through as the group winner. Martijn Dracht out. Vanessa through in
46.
second.
Oh, super start to the leg from Baker.
100.
They've had back-to-back breaks of throw with a 167 15-darter from Baker. The response, a 114 checkout for a 15-dart break of throw. Martijn Dracht, but he is under the pump here.
Just look at what Baker's doing though.
46.
Did not play his best in his first game. Averaged 86. It's not bad. But a good 6 points behind what he's done all week. This is more like it.
140.
This is getting very close to his best performance of the week, which is
Well, he was-
102.
He was hovering around these numbers with regularity
140. Squadron War
in
121.
Group C.
57.
2-darter left to eliminate Dracht. It's not over yet.
25. Squadron War 64.
What a visit.
Double 8.
48.
Martijn is still alive.
Marathon, you require 86.
He's seen 2 darts missed at the outer ring from the mod. And he found 114 out in the previous leg to keep things alive.
I am renaming him Boris the Bullet Dodger if he takes this 86 out.
He hasn't missed a double yet. He's 2 from 2. He gets 2 at 32. He only needs the 1. It's 3-3, and we have the scenario that we sometimes dream about here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott Baker wins this leg. 9-dart shootout.
Game on.
If you lose,
Martijn Dracht wins. Scott Baker out.
correct.
60.
Only 60. Music to the ears of Martijn Dracht.
Absolutely, because now the worst case scenario for him is a 9-dart shootout. He
58.
has got a chance of qualifying either in this leg or the shootout. Baker doesn't have the double luxury.
No. No,
43.
elimination leg, and he's playing it like exactly what it is. Remember, he had 2 match darts.
100.
Think about what you need to do under these circumstances.
140.
3 from 3. He's been outstanding on the outer ring.
Yeah, finishes of 114 and 86 in there.
140.
And of course, the other one was the 50 checkout for the 11 darter in the opening leg of the match.
Well, that first start for Baker is a disaster
55.
because it meant that if he got 4 20s from there, he was leaving a bogey number. Advantage Dract. He's got the darts.
Yep.
59.
A let-off. But this has to be big.
Another treble 5.
It's pressure.
95.
It's not bad.
Martin, you require
I'd rather have 108 than 144, but would you rather have the first go? Another one of those. Leaves double 18. And he's through! He knocks out Scott Baker, and we will not have a 9-dart shootout. On top of that, Martin Dracht wins the group. And how has he done it? 94.49 the average, but 4 out of 4 on the doubles. He's had a better average this week, but he hasn't had a better performance. Scott Baker, the favourite for a lot of people, has been eliminated by losing 2 group games here on Saturday night. But Martin Dracht will play in the second semi-final, and he will now have the bit between his teeth. Let's all take a breath, and when we come back, we'll have the build-up to the knockout stages here in week 4.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined by probably the most relieved man in the room in Ryan Finesse. Ryan, what on earth were you going through those last couple of minutes?
It wasn't very fun being backstage and watching that, but we got the job done just about, and yeah, I'm happy to be in the semi-final with Christian, and let's have a good game sort of thing. So.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that mic off you. So when you get to 3-3 in that 1-4-4, what's going through your mind when Martin's going for that?
I mean, I've done the 9-dart shootout before. I was like, okay, just brace myself for a 9-dart shootout, worst case scenario, but I was ready for it. But Martin took out the big shot, and yeah, happy days, I'm there. So yeah, let's go for the semi-final, I'm ready.
Into the semi-finals, this time you don't actually have to worry about the 9-dart shootout, because you've been involved in one of these before. Were you thinking, even if it did go there, were you thinking, I've been there before, so I know what it's about?
100%, yeah, I've done it before. I felt out of the 3 of us, none of them boys would have done it before, so I was happy that if it did go there, I felt like I'd have been a slight favourite out of us 3. So yeah, no, it's good. I'm happy.
You got a bit of home support with you this evening. The wife and S Massive in the house this evening. How big have they been for you this evening? How nice is it to have them here as well?
It's amazing. I love the effort that's gone through to come and everyone come down here and watch me. So, no, I appreciate it all and hopefully I can get the W, get the win. And yeah, let's go.
And finally, if you were to be successful tonight, how big would this be for you in your career?
It would be massive. You know, the last sort of 6 months I've been on and off with darts, and every now and then I get back into it and then I go back off of it. But the last couple of weeks I've hit it hard for this. And yeah, I mean, it would put all the hard work, it'd make it all worthwhile. So yeah, no, absolutely, I'm ready for it, Henry.
Well, Ryan, I know you've got a semi-final to play in a few minutes, so I won't keep you any longer. Good luck against Christian.
Thank you very much.
Before we leave you, before we go to our 10 o'clock show here on Sporty Stuff TV, we caught up with Colin Osborne earlier on this week to talk about his life and times in darts. He caught up with myself and Paul Nicholson to talk all about that. Well, when you talk about legends of the MODUS Super Series, none come much bigger, none come much better than Colin Osborne. Colin, well, it's kind of been your competition, a competition you've made your own, and you've kind of found this stardom through this competition.
Yeah, that's right, H. It's I feel comfortable here, and obviously playing on the stage, it's been a few years since I've been back on the stage, and obviously getting the opportunity to come and play again. But I just feel comfortable. I feel at home with the place, yeah.
What is it about this competition that makes you feel so at home?
I think just the surroundings, the setup, obviously yourselves, you know what I mean? The staff are all involved, the players, and it's just, and again, to play, you want to play on the stage, and this is like the second best thing to the big stages as such.
Does it feel like where you are with darts at the minute, it kind of gave you kind of that second birth for the sport again?
It did. It not so much revitalised my career because I was going in the right direction anyway. But once you come and you experience it, you know what I mean? You get the bug and it spurs you on, to go back, put the hard work in, and it's lovely to be invited all the time.
Do you know how many games you've played since you started at the beginning of a couple of years ago?
Off the top of my head, Paul, I haven't got a clue. I know I've played a few.
Not that you need the motivation,
Yeah.
because I know what you're like. We go back 15 years, and you've taught me a lot. You're still doing it. I'm the one that's commentating now, so you've got longevity, like the likes of Painter and some other players who are, approaching their 50s and into their 60s even. But you're over 400 games, and motivation-wise, if you do make the final this week, you will become the biggest game player in the history of this event and overtake Robert Owen. So is that something you would like to do this week?
Well, possibly if that's the case, obviously I've come down today, I'm in it today and tomorrow night, and hopefully get through to Saturday, and I'm here for one reason, is to win the competition, but going back to obviously playing so many games, it's I've got the hunger and desire again for the game, and I've got nothing to prove to nobody. I just love the game, and obviously in MODUS with this, it's given us the opportunity to go out there and express ourselves.
Was there one moment over the last couple of years that made you realise how much you loved playing in this format? Because you've had a 9-darter, you've had 4 weekly wins as well, and if you get another weekly win, you will equalise Robert Owen for the most weekly wins at 5. But was there one moment over the last couple of years that really stands out more than anything else?
Obviously the 9 when we were in Southampton, and I've recorded some decent ton-plus averages, but it's I could put my finger on quite a few, but there's also, I've been on the other side of the fence where I've had a lot of disappointments over losing out by 1 leg, or when it was on averages. I know now we have a 9-dart shootout, but there's quite a few good moments there's been for me, yeah.
When you walk through that door, like tonight, for the first time in a new series, what are those feelings like?
Coming down today, I can't wait to get here. I've just come from the hotel there, and I've just bought my missus, and she's asked, "How are you feeling?" I'm coming home as such. I feel great. I feel relaxed. I'll go in there, prepare myself like I always do, and then hopefully I'll step up tonight and show some stuff what I can actually do.
Have there been any other players in the practice room that have really spurred you on, or is there a couple of players that you want to mention that have been real allies to you over the last couple of years in either venue?
Not so much really. I'm a people's person, Paul, as you know. I get on with everybody, and you come in here some weeks and there's probably some people I've not seen for 5, 6, 10 years, or the lads who I've not ever met. But I just be myself, we get in there, have a bit of fun, but when we step on the stage here, it's war.
And it's a different type of competition in the respect that you're in a room with, by and large, 5 other people tonight, 4 in your case, and you've got to all get along with one another, whereas perhaps in normal competition play, if you know you're playing a game against so-and-so, you probably try and stand the other side of the room to someone. Did that initially take a little bit of time of getting used to?
Not for myself personally, HR, because obviously of playing at the top level, it's I'll be myself. I'll go in there and we'll play. We'll have a bit of, a bit of fun, laugh and a joke. But subconsciously, I'm ready to kill them, basically.
Over the last couple of years, you've won weekly titles. You've had your ups and downs, like you've mentioned. But what's been the biggest change, apart from going from Southampton to here, which is obviously a massive change? What's been the biggest change you've seen in the last 24 months?
For me personally, Paul, it's I've been putting a lot of hard work in. I've got a small team around me now. It's really small. You can count on one hand, and that's what I've realised from being where I was to going how far down I went, and everybody wants to be your friend. But I've realised I've got a small team around me, and I'm still me. I still get on with everybody. I'm polite and everything and that, but it's people don't come inside my circle now.
Was it different, say, 12 years ago when you were winning your last tour title? It was in Gladbeck in Germany, beating James Richardson in a final. I was really hopeful that it was going to be me and you in that final. It wasn't. But at the time, were there any thoughts that that your game was maybe not as strong as it was? And the thought of that being your last title in the PDC to date, is that something unbelievable to you?
I couldn't grasp it. I couldn't get my head around it, because I come on the scene like overnight. I started winning things and qualifying for Boltons and match plays, and hitting 9 darters, and going and travelling. And it was still all new to me then. I've mentioned it previously in other interviews. The snowball effect was an understatement. But obviously, that last competition when I beat James in Germany, never in a million years I would have thought that was the last time I would have been on the stage, up to date. Because, like I said, I've got so much more to offer. I'm in a good place. I'm comfortable. I'm happy with how things are. Personal life's great, and I've got nothing to prove, but only to myself. And there's some unfinished business for me.
How important is it to have that happiness and to have no weight on your shoulders before you throw a dart? Because there are people who carry weights up the stairs in their personal life. Does it make a massive difference knowing that everything's okay when you win and when you lose?
Oh, for me personally, it's obviously you need the ability, but my personal opinion, I've got very good hand-eye coordination, and I would say 90% is upstairs. If the slightest thing, if you take it onto the stage or even floor ones, and once that seed's in there, it's all mental for me. It's a total mental game.
And it feels like, as well, on top of your playing capacities, off the hockey as well, we've brought through a lot of really good young players in this competition. And whenever you're here and there is a younger player, someone in maybe their early 20s, maybe just slightly younger than that, you seem to, in the practice room, play this role of someone, almost like a mentor. How nice has that been for you? Even though, of course, when you're on the hockey, as you mentioned, you want to kill your opposition. Is it nice that you can actually sit in a practice room and help that next generation of players come through?
100%, H, and it's like I always say, like you say, with the younger lads and stuff, and I'll never preach to anybody. All I can do is give them advice, from my situation. I've probably experienced a bit at the very top of the game to the very bottom of the game. And like you say, I won't preach. If I can give a bit of advice, and if they take it on board, then so be it. But it's nice that I can do that, and I suppose I find a bit of comfort in it as well. To mention my ups and downs in the game, to the younger lads.
This is probably the wrong question to ask you, Colin, but I know that you're pretty much invested in doing exactly what you want to do tonight and the following night and obviously the week. But beyond that, what are the ambitions here and beyond?
Oh, like you say, Paul, I'm my younger for the game, and I still feel I've got one last hurrah in the game. 100%, where my game is, how I feel mentally. Like you say, I've been trying the last few years for Q school and stuff and that, and it's just, you need that little bit of luck as well. But I'm 100% sure in my ability. I've definitely got one last hurrah, 100%.
Could it be here? Could it be the Champions Week?
this is the springboard age, you know what I mean? With this competition being on, like you say, over the last 18, 24 months, it keeps us sharp, it keeps us prepped, you know, going forward. But yes, like I say, hopefully it's this week at Champions Week, and then, you know, we look towards January for Q School. So yeah, I'll always be in it to win it.
The fire's still burning brightly, but without this competition, where do you think your career and your darts would be at?
I'd still been doing the circuit, which I do. But like you said, this has been a massive input for myself personally. You know, because with Southampton and coming down here, it's and again, it gives us a platform to go and play on the big stage.
And in terms of evolution, as you say, you've been here right from the very start. What's been the biggest changes from here? Obviously, we've moved into this venue here in Portsmouth. That's quite a notable one. But what do you think the biggest change has been here as you've seen this progress over a period of time?
It's just how professional everything is. You know, everything is run so professional, like you say. Going back when I was playing in the big competition on TV, and it's going out live, which we do, and everything is on the money. You know, everything is pinpointed. The way when we come in, the way we get treated, the setup, everything. It's I can't fault it.
One last question from me, and I'm someone who's actually played on this hockey, and I know how good it is. But I want to hear from you, because you are probably going to play the most matches by the end of the summer. How good is this throw?
It's even when we come from Southampton to this venue, Paul. Excuse me. It's I'd first walked in and I'd stood up actually on the stage, and I didn't even have my darts. I just walked in and I threw 3-4 air shots, and because they were doing the cameras, and I didn't want to get my darts. And then when I'd come and played my first game on the night, and soon as I'd chucked, and obviously the microphone behind the board, and you either dum. It was like, as daft as it seems, like walking on the match play stage, you know, or the World Championships. I say I can't praise it enough.
And finally, from me, if you could describe the Super Series in one word, what would it be?
Fantastic.
Nice, simple word. And actually, can I just say, on a personal basis, my first ever game at the Super Series was Colin Osborne's. This is a nice full circle interview. Well, Colin, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your efforts and your contributions that you've given to this competition over the last 18 months, 24 months. It's been much appreciated from everybody our side, and wish you all the best, obviously, this week and all your endeavours going forward. Well, we talk about legends at the Super Series. There may well be none bigger than that man, Colin Osborne. A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, and we have seen a real dramatic night of action here at the MODUS Super Series. 6 players have now become 4 in the race for the 4th spot at Champions Week here in Series 4. We've got a really vociferous crowd in the auditorium this evening who has seen some fantastic matches, some nail-biting drama and some huge finishes. This is the best of the action as described by Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Perfect first start. Canny third dart.
Leg, Peter Hudson.
Starting to sound like a Geordie there, mate, saying canny third dart.
Kissed you require 24.
The chance to win by 2 legs.
Game,
and he doesn't
shot,
miss that double.
and the match,
That's
Christian
wonderful on the
Kiss.
outer ring from Christian. 4 hits from 5. That's for Martin Dracht. It's been an up and down week.
100.
There's been plenty of those. That's his 22nd of the week.
There's been more ups than downs. That's why he's here. And if Ryan Furness
81. Maritime, you require 24.
didn't know too much about this man, he certainly does now.
Game shot on the first leg, Maritime Dract.
Very good start. His best performance of the week as well, 100.2.
Yeah.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's 1-all. You can
Furness.
see who they want to win. Very different dynamic for Martin here, being the away
Third leg,
player.
Maritime to
9.
27.
4 missed darts for the match. Martin can't believe that he's coming back, but
Nope.
he should
Maritime,
definitely
you require
count
20.
his chickens.
He was 4 from 3 on the doubles. 3 from 4 on the doubles and never looked likely to miss one.
Of all the doubles that Dract has had a
Game
problem
shot on
with
the
this
sixth
week,
leg,
it's been that
Maritime
one.
Dract.
And how ironic that he does find it with the first shot this time.
I do believe it was a bit of an epic drive up there. I know it very well.
That's an epic shot.
And needed. What a time to get his first max in the match.
Yeah, but look what he's up against.
Oh,
Just as good.
65.
And that was silent from the crowd. They are in shock. As soon as Finesse hits that max, they think he might have it in the bag. They can barely be
100.
separated, but
Maritime, you
remember
require
that Finesse
40.
missed 4 match darts. Dract gets 1. Gets a second. Has to stop. That was really mature. A noise from outside the arena. And this is the biggest dart of his night so far. It's double 10 again. And it's in again.
Shot.
He's getting his own back on the
Maritime
20
Dract.
segment. Ryan Finesse is not out of the running.
Exactly the same scenario for
Colin,
Scott
you
Baker
require
as it is
40.
here for Colin Osborne. A win for Colin. He's through and takes Kist with him.
Double 10. Around the houses.
Game
And
shot on
into
the third
double
leg.
5. Wondering how that third dart did not go into the 20 segment. I'm still wondering it myself. That leaves 25.
Game
I was
shot.
just about to
And the
lose
match,
count
Colin
of the
Osborne.
amount of match darts that we've had for these 2 players, but ultimately the story of that game means Peter Hudson is out. Get those darts to lean over a bit. That's not ideal, but that's a
Game shot on the
lovely
fourth
surgical
leg.
shot to draw
Furness.
level. Case of hits for
20.
Dract, misses for Hudson,
Game
and
shot on
hits
the
for
sixth leg,
Baker.
Scott Baker.
So Finesse now has only 1 route into the semi-finals. First chance goes to Ryan, and it's a shot at tops.
Game
He's still alive.
And the match,
To their
Ryan
delight,
Furness.
Scott Baker, Ryan Finesse, and Martin Dract may have to play each other in a 9-dart shootout.
77.
He keeps doubling at this rate. He's going to go down with mythology.
Game
And there
shot on
it
the
is
fifth leg,
again.
Christian Kiss.
Back-to-back 15 darters, Nico.
The 142. But
Game
let's face it,
shot.
you just
And the
can't
match,
leave Christian
Kiss.
Kist on tops.
Oh, they were edgy. Trouble 19. Ball.
Game
Wow.
shot on the fourth leg,
Biggest
Scott
finish of the
Baker.
week. What a time to find it.
Renaming him Boris the Bullet Dodger. if he takes this 86 out.
He hasn't missed a double yet. He's 2 from 2. He gets 2 at 32. He only needs the 1. It's 3-3. I'd rather have 108 than 144, but would you rather have the first goal? Another one of those. Leaves double 18. And he's through. He knocks out Scott Baker, and we will not have a 9-dart shootout. On top of that, Martijn Dracht wins the...
Well, it was drama from first start to the last here at the Super Series, wasn't it? Describing all the action, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson. Gents, have you just about got your breath back?
Yeah, real bizarre night. Three of the 4 players in the semi-final dodging bullets all over the place. Ryan Finesse was in, then he was out, then he was in, then he was out, and then he was in. I think you coined him the Okie Kokie of darts tonight.
Well, he put his left leg in, his left leg out, but eventually he's got over the line, Paul.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give him a lot of credit for doing that, because the 120 checkout against Scott Baker has got him into the semi-finals, but it wasn't without watching the second game, well, the game that didn't involve him in Group 2, without having a few fingernails on the floor. It was just so dramatic, that group, and we thought we were going to get our third 9-dart shootout, but ultimately not, because of an amazing finish.
And last night, of course, he waited on the result with Adam Lipscomb, didn't he? And again, he could have been out there, but he's found a way through. And you know how much I believe in destiny. If his name's on the pot, it could well be tonight. Well,
let's see the results that's got us to this point then, and to the semi-finals. We kicked off with Christian Kiss, 2-4-2 victories for him, and maybe he's just going under the radar tonight because of the drama elsewhere.
Well, he's just been so good, and it's been smooth sailing, Nico, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think to say he's gone under the radar is fair to say, considering what was happening in the other group. But what cannot be ignored, his doubling tonight has been unbelievable. He's had 8 hits from 10, and that's over 2 games. If he completes the night doing that, it will be a double performance that we'll never forget. He's been super consistent, and Mace put it brilliantly in the second game. He didn't start well, but he went through the gears, and ultimately it turned out to be a great performance.
Yeah, and Dracht in that game was 4 out of 4 on the doubles in a real high pressure scenario, and well, we thought we were going to get our 9-dart shootout, and unfortunately us we're not. But fortunately for Finesse, he is through to the semi-final, and he has the local support.
Well, this brings us nicely into the tables, and one that Ryan Finesse will happily want to look at now. He was waiting around in the back room. He was waiting around, looking at the monitor profusely, waiting for that final result. But he's in, and the man that a lot of us tipped at the start of the night, Scott Baker, to go on and seal success. Well, Nico, he's gone.
Well, let's face it, what was needed to knock him out? The 2 times that he lost, somebody hit 120 to win the match, and the other one hit 144. That's the ultimate respect for Scott Baker, because they know that he's a big hitter. He was playing so much better in that second game, but ultimately those 2 big finishes have taken him out, and he's not a problem anymore.
And he did have, well, it was in his hands. He missed darts on 64, hit the 48, which you think would be the tough bit, and then fluffed his lines on the 16.
Well, let's talk about that 1-4-4 for Martijn Dracht. It was a game littered with big finishes, but to send yourself through, to knock Scott Baker out and send someone else through, that is some shot.
Weirdly, I know what the shot feels like, because when I was in the Grand Slam against Magnus Carus once, I needed to hit something like this just to keep the match alive. And the adrenaline that you get from a shot like that, it's why you play the game. When you do that in front of these people as well, it makes it even better. You've got the pyrotechnics here, you've got the lights, you've got the heat, you've got the shot. That's a moment that Martijn Dracht will not forget, but now he's got to realise that the job isn't done yet.
And then whenever he's feeling a little bit down with his game, he can watch that back, of course, and people say, well, do you really do that? And sometimes you need to, just to give yourself a little bit of inspiration sometimes, and he'll take a huge amount of inspiration from just that one shot tonight.
Well, let's have a look and see what that does in terms of our semi-final lineup, because 3 more games will decide the destiny of Week 4 in Series 4. We kick off with Christian Kiss up against Ryan Finesse. Now, because he had to sit round and wait, he's gone through all the emotions. How important is it for Ryan to stay cool in this now, because Christian's had more prep time?
Yeah, I think for me, it depends on the individual. For me, I just like to keep that adrenaline up and just keep flying on the seat of your pants, as to say. And yeah, I think he may be doing that. He's in there. He's had a little bit of a laugh and joke. He's switched on now. He's preparing, going through his practice routines, loosening the arm up. he'll come out and give it a go, but he's going to have to be more solid because Kist has just been rock solid all night.
Yeah, he has. And if you think about the torture that the other three players have been through, Finesse has been through the ringer, Martin Dracht has won through the ringer, Osborne has come through some pretty tight games himself and only just got through to the semi-finals, but Kist has just been doing Kist stuff. And if you remember how many games he has lost this week, there haven't been many.
Yeah, and it's not going to be physical fatigue for those other three. They're going to be mentally drained. They have been put through the ringer, and again, that may be an aspect that plays its part tonight.
Well, it's been some week, and only 3 more games are going to decide who is going to make their way into Champions League, joining that luscious list of names, including Danny Lowby, Reece Robinson and Neil Duff here at the end of July and the beginning of August. But before we get our first semi-final underway, it is time to see the best of our checkouts here in Week 4. And get voting on that via @MSS Darts on our social media channels. So it is to the serious business here in Week 4 at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Semi-final number 1 is about to get underway. We see a former Lakeside champion in action in Christian Kist. He takes on Ryan Finesse. This should be an absolute cracker. And describing all of the action in the commentary box is a very good evening once again to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
It's knockout darts in its purest form for the first time this week, and a very big welcome to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV this evening. Saturday night is a fine night for flighting, and here we go with Christian Kist against Ryan Blast Finesse. So, whoever wins this game will be guaranteed £2,500 here in Week 4 of qualifying in Series 4, and still has a chance to double that again.
Yeah, all the fours, and we've had a 1-4-4 tonight.
First leg, Christians.
We are ready to go. There is our referee. Good evening.
Game on.
Everybody, that's Danny McNamara. Good evening to all of those joining us on Sporty Stuff TV and those joining us around the world on our YouTube channel and our
140.
apps, whichever one you choose to use. And if you haven't watched the coverage so far this evening on YouTube, you
100.
have missed out. It has been outstanding. Drama from Dart 1. But this man has seen the least of it. With darts like that, back-to-back 140s.
If you think about some of the games that Christian has had in his life,
60.
some of the trials he's had in his life with injuries and illness, the way he's been able to handle it all, I think we can all learn from this guy.
121.
Not just a fabulous dart player, but someone who is able to usurp hurdles in life with an element of class that not everybody has.
60.
Yeah, he goes about his business, doesn't he? And doesn't make a big fuss or a song or dance. I actually caught up with him in the practice room in between our
34.
final games and this first semi-final, and just having a chat with him about his game, and I said 80% for the night. He said, what's that? I said, the finishing, 4 out of 5 in one, 4 out of 5 in the other.
100.
Was it?
Christian, you require 66.
Ignorance is bliss in darts.
Yep.
You don't want to know. And knowing Christian, he's probably forgotten already.
Game
Because
shot
let's
the first
face
leg,
it, he wants to get
Christian
better.
Kiss.
He's not forgotten how to hit tops, and when he starts a match like this, look out.
Second leg, Ryan to
There
throw
are,
first. Game
there are
on.
days when you go for certain segments on the board and you're hitting it every time. It might be in a practice, it
140.
might be in a game situation like this. But you just think, I've found the sweet spot.
Yeah. You've got it's on the end of your throw, isn't it?
83.
It's just, you've got the weight, you've got everything, and it's just a case of, and you know as well, you just throw it the same. Just throw it the same and it goes. There's no better feeling.
100.
You're actually shocked to miss. It's one of the premier feelings as a dart player.
Well, we've seen it from obviously the elite in the sport where they get on that run
84.
where they just don't look like they're going to miss a treble 20, and all players at some stages get that feeling at the elite end, and at this level it just
80.
may not last as long as the guys like Gerwin Price or MVG, Michael Smith, etc.
Which double was it for you, Mace, when things were clicking?
100.
Well, I went through a period of, it was double 16 and then a period of tops, and that all comes from where you're in a match and you may have 3 darts at tops and hit it 3 times
64.
and you keep leaving it and keep hitting it. It's infectious. I think with my 11 world ranking titles, I don't think I hit the same double more than once
140.
to win them.
On your corner, 117.
They were all the same size.
Treble 19. And there will be very different reactions from this crowd.
57. Christian,
You
your
haven't been
corner,
tuning in
94.
earlier. Most of these people here are cheering for Ryan Finesse. They're not cheering for double 6.
82.
A rare miss. Only the third of the night.
Ryan, you require 60.
That sounds ridiculous, but it's true.
Because it is ridiculous. Double top. What a lie.
Game shot.
Great shot. And there's the
Ryan
reaction
Finesse.
from his travelling Wilburys.
Third leg,
They've
Christian
been in
to
full
throw
voice, but
first.
just
Game on.
notice the silence when the players are throwing, and that's what we love here at the Super Series.
No, I called them the travelling Wilburys. I should have called them the travelling Salisburys.
That's what they are. Salisburyans. Well, you invented a word this week. It's my turn.
59.
I can't even remember what the word is, actually. Graduators.
That's it.
Yeah, instead of graduates.
85.
Well done, me. Kind of butcher the English language as usual.
The Americans have been doing it for years.
100.
Aluminium.
Colour with no U.
Yeah.
100.
Kissed at a level in this game that he can maintain. And one of the benefits of winning his group
140.
is that he has the darts in this semi-final. There is only one game where there is a bull shootout for the advantage of throw. That's before the final. And he's getting better.
Yeah, the average, backing that up, Nico. I know it's early, but it's an indication
85. Christian
of how much
Uruguay,
more of
40.
quicker start he's made to this game. 103.64.
Game shot the
Splendid.
third leg, Christian Kiss.
14 dart leg. He looks so strong, and more than anything else, he looks in
Fourth
control.
leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Of every aspect of his game.
We have an American in Champions Week here in Super Series 4. We have an
60.
Englishman in Rhys Robinson, who joined Danny Lauby the week after the American took out the Dutchman Wesley Harms.
100.
And because we now have Northern Irish Lakeside champion Neil Duff, we could get another country represented in that
100.
Champions Week and another Lakeside champion in the form of Christian Kist. He would tick 2 boxes.
Got another Lakeside champion in next week.
125.
That was very teasing. If you are curious as to who's playing next week, it's not too far
100.
away. But how far away is it? Because Finesse who is one of a few players who have won in Southampton, but
80.
not in Portsmouth. He would love to join the growing crop of players who have won in both venues.
134.
He's been to the semis before via a 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, one of them's coming up in our next semi-final in Colin Osborne.
And there's another bit of news with Osborne as well. I've got it written down ready for the next
107.
game.
17 for double 18. Gets it.
Game from the fourth leg.
Listen to that. He's clinging on with brilliance. The doubling in this game has been superb.
Fifth
You
leg,
expect
Christian
it
to
from
throw
Kist.
first.
It's
Game on.
actually below par at 50%. But Finesse probably knew that not having the darts, his doubling would have to be
58.
pinpoint.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, and he also knew he had to take care of his darts on throw. What's key for him is trying to get a break from somewhere. And a poor start from Kist may be the opening he needs.
Everything they've done this week now is irrelevant. Knockout darts. You could be statistically the best
140.
player by 10 points coming into this semi-final, but if you don't win the semi, it means zip.
Nout. Nada.
125.
19s. Needs 2 trebles. Not going to get it. So Furness here
95.
can find a 2 treble visit. He could well be in the driving seat. Needs another.
96.
Just left himself a little vulnerable.
My advice to him is to go back to the 19s when he comes back to the board.
95. Ryan, your corner
It's a little
146.
careless with the last start. It hasn't damaged him too much. Because now we're looking at a finish that could end in double top.
97.
Ryan will be hoping that he doesn't find the 60 with
113.
dart 1. He's going a different route. And he can't leave tops.
And what a treble 19 that was from
97.
Ryan Furness on his final
Ryan,
dart to
your corner
leave.
49.
A 2-dart finish.
He's got tops. It's not there. We
They
had to
thought
wait.
it was. We thought it was.
They were all looking at the monitors, and it's just under the wire. That's in though.
From the fifth leg, Ryan Furness.
What a dart that is. After the crowd cheering, thinking it was in, and having to step back in a huge pressure
leg Ryan
moment.
to throw
One dart
first.
in hand for a break of throw. That
Game
dart
on.
at double 10 could be the difference of winning and losing this match.
Somebody's been sipping from James Wade's
121.
cup.
Yeah. Well, his winning legs, Nico, 18, 15 and 15. The winning legs for Kist, 15 and 14. And he was
59.
right on the back door of Ryan Furness when he won his legs. He only wanted
100.
double 8 in the last leg to hold. Didn't get a go. Inflates the average.
Now he's got a superb chance.
140.
Even with that 140, Christian Kist is waiting for mistakes from Ryan. This is a superb opportunity to double his money and make a final.
100.
I'm sure he'd like the money, but for him, I think it's just winning here and winning a Champions Week. That's part one is getting in
58.
Champions Week.
And speaking to Henry a little bit earlier tonight, he said he's been in and out of the game over the last 6 months. Sometimes he thinks he wants to do it. Sometimes he doesn't.
100.
But at the minute, he said, over the last 2 weeks, I've put my foot down. It's starting to work and it's reaping benefits.
140.
But he's forced to take
Ryan, your
80
corner
out
80.
for a spot in the final. That hand is shivering a little bit. And he did falter a little bit at the end yesterday.
60. Richard, your corner 104.
Is he going to get a dart? He is at tops. We know how good he is up here.
Game
Wow.
on the sixth leg, Christian Kist.
That is iceberg cold.
7th and final leg, Christian to throw
That
first.
really will
Game on.
hurt. How do you beat people in best of 7 or indeed best of 11 or any format?
60.
Do not allow them to have a match dart. That from Christian Kist has got to be up there as one of the finishes of the week because he stops Ryan Finesse from getting the shot
93.
to double 10.
Yeah, with 3 darts in hand. And like you say, that was just ice cold. There was no
60.
emotion in that. It was just, they were just thrown.
Someone might have to cut his arm open and see if there's any metal in there.
Going to be wires.
90.
That was AI stuff.
Yeah. Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, you can have that one, Nico.
125.
That's just left me shaking my head. And why didn't I think of that?
123.
I feel like we've been sitting on a knife edge all night. I'm getting a really sore rear end.
84.
And you get a treble.
Mega ball.
65.
I
Right
like the
shot.
play. I like the play a lot because 130 is gettable. The
Well, he
last thing
gets-
he wanted to do was leave himself on something north of 130.
Yeah. And the 135 is
85.
way too
Ryan, your
complicated.
score, 130.
He's getting 2 darts here to get 1 treble to get a dart at the ball. Well, we've seen dramatic finishes all night. Not going to see another.
65.
He halves the
Christian
score.
Roy, 87.
Kissed 60% on the doubles. Bullseye for Kist.
Game.
Wow!
Shot. And the match,
That's
Christian
World
Kist.
Championship quality from the Lakeside champion of 11 years ago. His doubling tonight has been extraordinary, and it needed to be against a Ryan Finesse who was in position to win the match not once but twice. An amazing performance from Christian Kist, and he will be in the week 4 final when we finish semi-final 2. Now we can turn our attention to see who Christian Kist will play. Will it be Martijn Dracht from the Netherlands, or will it be Colin Osborne?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and we are seeing some drama tonight, aren't we, here at the Live Lounge in Port. So Christian Kiss getting the better of the local hero Ryan Finesse by 4-3 in our first semi-final. Paul Nicholson has been watching it from up in the commentary box, and just when Ryan Finesse may have thought in that last leg he may get a go, Christian Kiss clutch once again.
He thought he would get a shot in leg 6 as well. Sitting on 20 to go through to the final, he thought, this is my time, but Christian Kiss, what more can you say about the finishing tonight? Just outstanding. 12 hits from 16 for the night. And he's finished well all week. We talked about it at the top of the show. 41% for the week is the kind of percentage that you associate with a PDC tour card holder doing brilliantly. But he's taken it to a stratospheric level tonight. And the fact that he was able to find that ton plus finish to stop Ryan from getting that shot at 20, and then the 87 on the bullseye at the end, that is outrageous.
And not for the first time this week. In a big game, Christian Kiss comes up with a big high 90s average.
Yeah, he does it when he needs to. And let's face it, when you win big tournaments, when you show what kind of class you've got, it's no accident that he's won a world title under pressure, under the lakeside lights. And he's proving that 11 years on, he's still got those qualities.
Most certainly, and I'm sure we'll see Christian Kiss in that final and indeed further forward. As for Ryan Finesse, it's the end of his Super Series campaign. For now, we'll see him soon. Right, our second semi-final sees Martijn Dracht in action up against Colin Osborne. Very much looking forward to this one. These two have had a couple of battles this week in Group B. For Martijn Dracht, will he be happy playing in that second semi-final because of the sheer drama he had to go through in that final game?
Oh, I think so. Sometimes you want to ride the adrenaline, but I just get the feeling that because of what he's been through tonight and what he's been through this week, just having a 5 or 10 minute spell where he can press the timeout button and just compose himself, I think it was the perfect time for that to happen. So maybe stars are aligning for him to be in an all-Dutch final. I do get the feeling that Osborne's going to have to find another 4 or 5% in this semi-final because he's been squeaking his way through the course of qualifying and tonight. So now is the time to find the quality, and no better game than his 425th, because he now is tied with Robert Owen as the person who's got the most games under his belt.
And so how much will the experience of this situation, knowing how many times he's won weekly ties, done in both Southampton, back here in Portsmouth as well, how much can he draw on that in a game which, Martin, I know he's played on big stage ball, but he hasn't been used to a Super Series semi-final?
You can't buy experience. There's no substitute for it. Martijn Dracht is playing in his first Saturday night here. Everything is new. He's somewhat ignorant to all of the feelings that he can hear, he can feel, he can smell. But Osborne's been here and done it before. He may be able to expose Dracht because of his inexperience.
Well, it is semi-final number 2 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is to face Christian Kiss in the Week 4 final here at the Super Series. It sees Martijn Dracht in action, and he takes on Colin Osborne. Paul Nicholson is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, if this one is anything like our first semi-final, we are in for a cracker. Because that was right up there in terms of one of the most dramatic semi-finals we have ever had. Can Colin Osborne make it to yet another final? Can Martijn Dracht make it to his first?
First leg, Martijn to throw first. Game on.
Delighted to be joined by my good pal and colleague, Paul Nicholson, who's hot-footed it down from the balcony.
58.
I think we're both still recovering, Nico, from that remarkable semi-final.
It was rather remarkable, wasn't it? And there's a big smile on the face of Christian Kiss in the practice room right now. Ryan Finesse will be devastated, but he can take stock knowing that he's
83.
Had one of his best runs here in this building. Wasn't his time this week, but he will have another chance, I'm sure.
60.
Absolutely. And interestingly, during that match, you said he's been a little indifferent in terms of his commitment towards the sport.
100.
Is a shame because, listen, he has got plenty of talent. And he was just outgunned by a player vastly more experienced than himself.
60.
And that performance was all about experience and knowledge.
It genuinely was. I think Ryan's at the back of the room now. He can take it all in and watch to see who comes through
45.
week 4 now.
Yep, the dart shirt's off. He's just going to sit back. The players do build up quite a relationship with each other. And it is nice to see them when they, when eliminated, go out and just give them a bit of support.
At this juncture, we have to pay tribute to Colin Osborne, because if you were tuning in on our YouTube channel prior to joining Sporty Stuff TV at 10 p.m. local time,
140.
we had an interview with Colin and we were talking about his all-time stats. If he wins tonight, he will go equal top of the all-time stats for weekly wins.
83.
But by getting to this semi-final,
75.
he's playing his 425th game in Super Series darts, which is now equal with Robert Owen
71.
on the all-time list for games played. So
Colin,
congratulations to Colin.
111.
But with Robert Owen on the tour in the PDC system, he's not going to come back here for a while, at least, maybe ever. And it means that Osborne could possibly stretch his lead at the top of that chart. What he would love to do is make the
41.
final.
Martin, you require
and click
4.
2 bits of history for himself. Martin Dracht here with double 2.
Well, Martin beat Colin on Thursday, and well, it was an
Game
up and
shot of
down
first leg,
session of
Martin
darts
Dracht.
for Colin Osborne. He was edged out 4-1. Both players averaging very
Second
similar.
leg, Colin to throw
86
first.
and
Game on.
change. But Colin got a bit of revenge. By
78.
exactly the same scoreline last night. So they're 1-1 for the week. There's no bigger rubber than this one.
No, there isn't.
100.
You want to be involved in the knockout games at the end of the week, that's for sure. Colin's been here many times.
Well, I have to just quickly
180.
our good pal, Jeff Smith, who won the
180.
He won the North American Championship.
He did.
For the second time.
Yep.
Today's a good day.
So congratulations from all of us here. Wow.
Well, as soon as you mention Jeff Smith,
Yeah.
everybody starts going crackers on the 180s. I've been saying that the bullseye is barbecue sauce. Maybe the 60 is maple
45.
syrup.
Colin, you require 63.
What a leg from Aussie. That is a double 3 leaf.
57.
Well, the US Darts Masters started last night, around about midnight, and the only 2 winners of the North American representatives were Jim Long and Jeff Smith, and they had to face off against each
100.
other in the opening match.
Colin,
They
you
went all the
require
way
6.
6-5. Jeff then defeated Jules Van Dongen 6-1, and then Matt Campbell in the final 6-5.
No score.
Oh,
Martin, you require
Oh,
76.
Colin, indeed. That may be very, very costly. He didn't miss a double in his previous game,
36.
but he's missed that.
Colin, you require 6. Game
That's a
shot of
great
second
shot from
leg,
Osborne.
Colin
A
Osborne.
pressure double 3.
yeah, they're horrible, aren't they, down there? You just don't want to be anywhere near it, especially in a game of this magnitude.
Third leg, Martin to throw first. Game on.
If you are going to practice your doubles over the next couple of days, after being inspired by tonight, let me leave you with this little tip.
85.
Get good at horrible doubles. You just
Yeah.
never know when you're going to need them.
Yeah, and don't ignore practicing 41 to 70.
68.
Because they are your key numbers, really.
Well, here's a little challenge for everybody, including yourself, Mace, if you fancy taking this up.
Yeah.
How about
42.
trying to get a 41 checkout, a 61 checkout, and an 81 checkout in a row? See how long it takes you to do that. And if you do that, do it again.
125.
And then contact your local ADC and get yourself in the Vault Series and get yourself down here.
That's actually part of my practice regime. It's level 5.
58.
I have to score 400 points in 9 darts, and when I've done that, I go to level 2, which is scoring 4 bullseyes in 9 darts.
96.
After that, 5 double tops in 9 darts, then 5 treble 19s in 9 darts, and the final level is those 3 finishes
94.
in a row.
It's all burying around the board and then using those key elements to do those 3 finishes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that. I do like that.
And it's got a bit of flexibility as well, because you can go up and down.
60.
But that level is perfect for me. It's enough pressure.
One of my favourite practice games is noughts and crosses, and
92.
you put the biggest one right in the middle, and then you
152.
dot around familiar finishes around. And when you're doing it with an opponent, you're trying to get your line.
Yeah, Dave Chisnell likes that game.
Does he?
He is rather good at it.
71. Maritime, you require 130.
Does not shock me.
Another one of those. And the bull.
105. Colin, you require
This is a
81.
big number.
Hey, and guess what, Nico? It's that 81.
Double 12. 6s.
75.
He's on double 3 again. And when you're on double 3 more than once in a game, it's not really a good sign.
No.
Maritime, you require
Both
25.
players averaging 82 at the moment. You can just feel the tension from here.
Christian Kist is in the practice room right now,
Chilling.
refueling, and probably saying to himself, "You're mine."
Yeah, he's probably thinking, go on, lads, you've just put yourselves right through the ringer.
Game on the third leg. Maritime.
Showing a bit of
direct.
spirit there is Martine. He's on a Portsmouth debut this week. He did
Fourth leg,
play
Colin to throw for
in
it. Game on.
Southampton last autumn. Didn't qualify through a week where we actually made our Portsmouth debut at the end of that week. That was September 3rd, 2022. A night that will live in Super Series infamy, because that night it was won by Kieran Tian.
Yep.
Had some great names in that night, the likes of
134.
Portella and Adams.
Did he
Horrell.
actually win a week in Southampton, Kieran? I don't think he did.
No, he's one of the people who never won in Southampton, but
So
won here.
134.
his first win came in our first week. Oh, yeah, that was that incredible week where he was
52.
bottom, wasn't it?
Yeah, bottom of Group A, came through Group C, won the week.
I think he had a day where he didn't get a win, or he went on that horrible run of not picking up a victory.
140.
Good response, this. From Colin Osborne. Well, yeah, this man here as well, Nico. He went on that run you mentioned earlier of 7 consecutive defeats, and he's a couple of legs away from making the final.
127.
Welcome to the world of round robin darts.
And listen, if he does make the final, we are guaranteed, as you mentioned earlier, a 4th nationality.
87.
Good thinking from Colin.
He knows he's only got to find just one more gear up. This is a very winnable
83.
match. And your
Colin, you
opponent's
require
hovering around
40.
83 in terms of averages. Just got to turn 18s into 15s. 6 visits into 5.
And Martine is hovering,
30.
and he's always been hovering around Colin's shot.
He's horrible on the doubles, isn't he, Colin, here?
Maritime, you require 92.
It's not gone well.
1 from 9.
Hence the look into the distance with the water at the edge of the stage there. Just trying to recompose himself, and he's hoping to hear from Danny McNamara, the referee, that a miss has happened, and he's about to be
52.
very happy.
I think he was
Calling
looking
you
up to
require
the,
10.
to the other monitor in there that's there for the audience.
Double two, only just.
6.
What a chance for Dracht.
Martin, you require
Just not
40.
happened for him so far. All night, really. It's been tough going.
To be one leg away from £2,500. And a chance to double it. Here we go again with double 10.
Yeah, which side? It's got to be right. I'll have another look at the angle here.
Just go high.
30.
Dragged it, hit the flight.
Colin, you require 4.
Last chance saloon. The wizard. Gets it.
Shot on the 4th leg, Colin
Oh,
Osborne.
it's not pretty. But got a level game, Nico.
We have seen more bullet dodging this
5th leg,
week
Martin to throw
than the
first.
Matrix
Game on.
trilogy.
And snatch at the end.
And the 4th Matrix movie on top of that as well.
140.
But it makes for drama. We like it.
Hope you do.
And the players, they don't like it. Unless it works in their favour, of course.
130.
Which it has for both.
And we're not far away from revealing checkout of the week. You are sticking with us. Thank you for your company this evening, by the way. Hope you enjoyed a fabulous Saturday of sport.
Yeah, and thank you for all your interactions as well on our social media platforms.
We'll have checkout of the week.
140.
Line up for next week.
That's what's coming up. You won't be disappointed.
81.
They can barely be separated. It's only 12. In fact, it's 8 points between them. Make that a little bit more.
140.
The 140s have got to flow now. That's the right thing to do when there's a distraction of any kind. Step off.
70.
And that last dart
Colin, you require
has cost
87.
Dracht a finish. This number was mustard for Christian Kist. And it doesn't have to be mustard for Colin. It could be the makings of mustard.
Well, it was mustard with a bit of barbecue sauce when he hit the bullseye.
Wasn't it just? Makes for a good hot dog. Why do I keep talking about food?
Because we
57.
love food.
Colin, you require 40.
Double top for the lead. It's been a much better leg from Colin Osborne, it has to be said. But the doubling lets him down again.
2 from 15.
He's got a long way to go to beat
108.
the amount of darts a double that Martine had yesterday. 32 in a game. Colin's not even halfway there. He just wants to get rid of this double.
50. Colin, you require 40.
Well, you get bogged down in one of these type of games. It's like you're in quicksand.
Shot on the 5th
And
leg.
he gets it
Colin
done, and he
Osborne.
gets the breaker throw that he needed to win the match. Now, can he convert the lead into a win? He needs a leg of similar ilk, you feel, Paul.
Henry asked me a question on the balcony about whether the break between the end of the group stage and Martine playing in the second semi-final was a good thing. I believe that it was a good thing for him to just come down, take stock, then go again.
100.
But we can't ignore the fact that his levels have come down by 15 points.
Yeah, is that down to sort of the adrenaline he had in that
140.
absolutely incredible match against Scott Baker? One can cause you to feel exhausted, because it's so hard then to just wind that back up, and there's been nothing
95.
to inspire him in this game.
Well, let's look at the doubling statistics here. The fact that Osborne has had 16
96.
darts at a double in this match tells the story pretty much anyway.
Yeah.
You can't afford, in best of 7, to give an opponent double figures
139.
darts at a double.
No. Oh, can he fill it?
133.
Not a bad second prize, down to 132.
167.
We've seen one of these tonight.
$45. Martin, you require
How many times have
132.
we seen amazing finishes this week? This will be up there.
Seen some amazing ones tonight. Seen one from this man, the 144. This is a little bit more difficult, and that's why.
Chance for Osborne. This is makeable.
46.
Yep.
All he wants right now is a
Martin, you
shot
require
at the bull.
122.
All you're saying to yourself, give me one match dart. He's going to get one match dart. Going to be at the ball. Didn't even think about the treble. And
Game
nails the
shot.
ball.
And a match.
Colin Osborne
Colin
produces a little bit of magic from absolutely nowhere to take his place in the final and make a little bit of history on the way. An average of 86.18 for Colin, 81.9 for Martijn Dracht. But it was a match all about missed doubles. So we know our final. Christian Kist will be facing Colin Osborne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's drama everywhere you look here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Colin Osborne through to the final. It took him a few double opportunities to get there, but into the final he is.
Yeah, and he's the one that's looked the least convincing, really, all night tonight. And during that match, myself and Nico said he just got to find another gear, and he pretty much did that in the end. They were both hovering around the sort of 82, 83 average, so it just needed an injection of pace. And that's exactly what Colin found, and a beautiful 1-2-2 finish to get the job done. And it's been a night, well, it's been a week of incredible finishes, incredible moments, and tonight has been no different.
As for Martijn Drack, will you feel possibly opportunity missed there?
Yeah, quite possibly, but I mean, he was very frustrated, but on reflection, when you think about the amount of bullets he's dodged to get this far, he's got to be reasonably happy, and he'll be back and he'll be giving it another go. Listen, there's no negatives for him. He's had a fabulous week.
And we look forward to seeing him back here at the Super Series real soon. When we talk about big checkouts at big times, it's time to see which wins the checkout of the week.
Astonishing. But case in point, Nico. Stick to what you know. And that can happen.
First leg, Kevin Painter.
Well, there you go. Kevin Painter with the I don't know emoji.
So that was how that was done. Right, so Kevin Painter, the 155. Now, there could have been so many from tonight.
Well, tonight, 167. The 144 from Dract was just remarkable when you consider the situation in the match. 3-all, the chance of either qualifying or not qualifying. Yeah, that for me was a checkout of the week, but obviously it's the week, not the weekend. So they don't go in there.
Well, you're departing us after tonight, but would you like to see what you're going to miss out on next week?
Well, I won't be missing out because I'll be watching, won't I? Because I'm that sad that even when I'm not working, I'll still be working. But he is a fabulous lineup. Sadly, Gigi couldn't make it, so well. Our loss is our gain in the fact that Tommy Morris is going to come back. He stepped in on Friday for Prakash Jiwa, got Thibaut Tricot, we've seen before, Michael van der Horst, a new player, ADC, Europe, Patrick, Matt, Lisa Ashton, who's playing some fine darts at the moment, Daniel Lee, and then coming in over Thursday and Friday, former winner, Steve West, Lee Shewan, Dan Reed, Ryan Harrington, Shane McGurk, and Jack Main. It is some lineup. It's going to be fast and furious.
Jack Main's the type of player that we've spoken to last time he was here, and he said last time he played in this tournament, he learned a hell of a lot from this.
Yeah, he had a tough time during the week, and he just couldn't balance things out right. He wasn't sure, should he be eating more, should he bring food in with him, and he was struggling with his energy levels. Towards the back end of the week, he was actually unlucky not to win it in the end, but he's another player that's gone away, and he's had some good moments away. He's had time to sort of absorb all that information. He comes back and he goes again.
Well, if you think Scott Baker against Willie Borland was quick, I can't wait to see Tommy Morris, Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, that is going to be rapid because they are both seriously fast.
Well, let's go into tonight's final then, because we've got a real good game for you. Christian Kist, player who we've seen on the Euro Tour this year, played some really good stuff, and whenever it comes up to the big moments, he seems to come up with a big answer.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Furness pushed him all the way there, and he found that 87 on the ball to win it 4-3, and all week it's been like that for him. Every time, well, it was very much like when Blommer put in the 103. The very next match he played, he put in a 106 plus, and that's sort of the way he's played all week. And he's always looked like he's still got something in the locker, and if he's got something left in the locker tonight, Colin Osborne is in a spot of bother.
As for Colin Osborne, he makes Super Series history with this game. It's his 426th in the competition, overtaking the previous record, and that is some feat, some achievement.
Yeah, and you know, it's some commitment to us here at the Super Series. One of the first players that got involved when we opened the venue up at Southampton, and yeah, fair play. Listen, it's not just a case where it's just around the corner for him. He's got to take time off work, takes a lot of commitment and a lot of effort. And listen, for the vast majority of he's played very well, but he's even took part when things have been tough for him, and he's had a dip in form, and he's just grafted on and cracked on.
Well, the trophy is on offer for both players this evening. Colin Osborne has been in this position before. He won a week in Series 2. For Christian Kist, he's won so much in his career, had such a glittering career, but this would be another big one to tick off the list. Yeah,
I think it'll be nice for him just to tick a box, but more than that, just for his own personal mindset going forward, just to sort of say, well, I'm playing well enough to win something of this type of quality. Picks up £5,000, very nice. He moves on and into Champions Week, and if he does win it, well, whoever wins it will be a threat come Champions Week.
In one word, who does it?
I can't see past Kist. He's just playing at a different level.
Well, we cannot wait for this. This should be some final. Strap yourselves in. It is a battle of England and Holland to decide who is going to lift that trophy in around about 10-15 minutes' time. It sees Christian Kist up against Colin Osborne. Chris Mason's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson.
Here we go then with the final in week 4 of qualifying for Series 4. And we have definitive quality of the best level here in the MODUS Super Series. I think Mace is right. Christian Kist has to start as favourite, but you can never count out the man from Middlesbrough who has worked super hard just to get here tonight and to get through the group and to get through that semi-final with Martijn Dracht. But it cannot be ignored just how well Christian Kist has played this evening. Osborne started with a win over Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 3. That eliminated Peter Hudson. Then after that, Colin was defeated by a certain Christian Kist.
First leg, Colin to throw first.
Can it be reversed? But here's the thing that both myself and my friend and co-commentator Chris Mason cannot ignore. We can't ignore it. 93.38 for the night.
85.
12 out of 16 doubles hit.
70.
For 75% for the night. That
60
is an indication of what he's done. But if he can recreate that, we have not seen that level from Osborne in a match very much here in week 4.
Yeah, and as I've said and mentioned a couple of times, and we know all about it. You can't plan, but when you just go off the boil a little bit, and the last person
81.
You want to be going off the boil against is a certain Christian Kist, because where maybe am I talking Colin into doing something special? Where Colin may be just having a dip in form, it seems to me this is as well as I can recall Kist playing for quite some time. We had a look at his levels coming in. You mentioned his average for the night's 93. His average on the tour is about 5 points under that.
Hello.
Game shot of the first leg, Colin Osborne.
Starts immaculately. 12 darter, message sent.
Second leg, Christian to throw first.
Christian Kist said message received.
Let's face it, there is a very famous darts MC who has in the past introduced a rather good dart player by the name of Philip Douglas Taylor as the record-breaking, history-making said dart player. If Colin wins this game,
100.
He would be the record-breaking, history-making, 5-time weekly champion, but already has now got the record for the most games completed here at the MODUS Super Series of 426.
Yeah, and we have to commend him for that, because Colin, as well documented, had to go back to work.
55.
And it was tough times during COVID as well, and he was as committed as our other good friend here at the Super Series, Robert
100.
Owen. And all of us are grateful for their efforts, that's for sure.
That is for sure. Can you imagine what it feels like
100.
to be a top 10 player in the world? To be earning a fair bit of money, picking up titles, traveling the world.
140.
A few years later, you are working with an Illuminous jacket on and licking your wounds a little bit. That's what you call swallowing your pride.
95.
And having to go back to the start.
80.
He's done that.
Yeah, and he's more than gone back to the drawing board. He's, well, tried to reinvent himself. He made the
40.
And making changes, Nico, is scary. Because once you sort of commit to those changes, That old throw may not be there anymore.
Correct. If he tried to throw like he did before, he wouldn't be able to do it.
No.
85.
Well, Christian has
you
missed a
require
dart at a
40.
double in this game. Make that 2. It's not
Change on the
3.
second leg, Christian Kiss.
Oh. 2 legs in. 2
Third leg,
holds
Colin
the throw.
to throw first.
We're still
Game
none the wiser. Well, my comment was Colin Osborne had to find another level and try and match the levels we've seen from Kiss tonight.
96.
But he's not just done that. He's raised the bar, Nico. He's averaging 103.2 to Kist's 83.5.
One thing does
45.
have to change for Colin if he is to win this final. When he gets to the double, he's got to be more clinical. He got away with it, you could say, in the semi-final against Drac because he had
100.
17 shots for 4 hits. I don't think he's going to get 17 darts at a double against Christian.
140.
I'll have a tenner with you. He doesn't.
It's okay, I take MasterCard. Visa or American Express.
85.
It's a slack last dart from Colin. He knows it, but on the bright side, he's only 4 darts away from winning the leg. That's what you've got to look at the score at
60.
and think, how many darts is it going to take me to get rid of this leg?
That's a real winner's mindset. That's the kind of mindset the elite have.
How many darts?
4.
140.
5 he will take. 6 he will take.
He just wants to. He'll take being 2-1 up, and it may have to be in 6.
140.
Hot on
On
his
your
tail.
bar, 80.
Double 10.
And how you beat Kist is by
Games
doing
on the
that
third leg,
and not
Colin
giving him
Osborne.
the opportunity at the doubles.
Interestingly, before
Fourth leg,
these
Christian
two
to throw first.
they
Game
played
on.
each other tonight, they'd never met before. Which is quite surprising considering the tours they've been on, but they've just
100.
never crossed paths. But twice in one night, and we said it a little bit earlier on, somewhat flittingly, that
96.
sometimes we see someone beaten in the group, and then later they play again, and the person who was defeated goes on to win the night.
Yeah, gets a bit of
57.
revenge. And how often have we seen it? We've seen it with Barry Van Peer. We've seen dominant forces make finals, but just not
96.
able to cross the line. Is Christian Kiss going to be added to the list of players that have been
190.
the jinx of winning Group A?
Well, this is the 12th game of the week for Colin Osborne. He won 4 games in the
63.
group,
Christian, you require 164.
2 games tonight, so he's won 6 games to get to this point.
100.
Christian is in his 19th game of the week. He's won a lot more than Colin.
140. Christian, you
But that's
require
the complexity
64.
of this format. He's had 2 days off. Colin's had 2 days on.
I think he's only lost 3 games
56.
in the whole
Colin, you
campaign.
require 106.
Well, this would be very, very key. And he misses it just on the outside. Kist, who has involved himself in some very big tournaments in his life
43.
and has actually hung
Christian,
out
you
with
require 8.
Wesley Harms before, is looking to do what Wesley couldn't do in week
on the
1.
fourth leg, Christian
And he's very
Kiss.
much alive at 2-2. It's down to best of 3 legs to see who wins the week.
Actually,
Fifth leg, Colin
stand
to throw
corrected.
first.
Of
Game
course,
on.
he only dropped 2 games, didn't he, in Group A? And unbeaten tonight.
I think he's had 3 bad games all
137.
week. 2 of the bad games he lost,
Yep.
and 1 of them he won.
77.
If he doesn't win this final, he will go down as one of the best players not to have won the week.
Well, you're going to be up there with Barry Vampire, isn't he?
35.
Who himself, I think, only dropped the 2 games, didn't he?
Yeah.
In Group A.
Yeah, 26 points in Group A.
100.
Came a cropper on finals night.
Yeah, Leclassant, similar.
It's winning these things that really fluff the confidence, but it's hard. These players, I'm sure, are feeling quite fresh because it's only the 3rd day of competition they've had this week, as opposed to Peter Hudson's 6th, Martijn Dracht's 6th. It does take its toll.
Can't be ignored. And the adrenaline here.
94.
Listen, they've won more money in the past, but trust me, where their respective careers are right now, a win in this is a huge boost
19.
going forward, and what a time for one of those.
This is like being on the pier at Blackpool and looking at those electronic horse racing machines, and it's just a 2-horse race. They're following each other head to head
60
on the day of the derby. At least Christian could leave a finish from his position.
100.
That looked
Christian, you require
so inviting for him.
170.
He had a little look down at the ball, but, well, we've seen everything else.
145.
Weight was absolute perfection.
Colin, you require
I think that's the
150.
best effort we've had at a 170 this week. We have seen 170 approach shots a few times, but nothing to finish a leg. Oh, Colin! He can't believe it. That's missed by the width of a wire, but it shouldn't have been anywhere near the
75.
wire.
No.
Christian, you require
The only bright
25.
side I can think of is that Christian has not got 3 darts at 40, but he's good at 12s as well.
13.
That feels like a rare miss. Well, it is. I mean,
40.
Coming into this final, his doubling stats for the night was 75%. Right now, it's 22.
Double 10. And it's in the corner.
Wow. It's in.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He didn't know it was in.
Colin Osborne.
It was in. And it's 3-2.
Tell you what, good job he didn't hit a 10. Or the double again.
6 leg Christian to throw
That's
first.
something I've never seen before.
No, that is a first for me.
190.
And that's classic Christian Kist. He's taken a very rare scenario that we've never seen before and said, okay, next leg.
140.
Now Osborne can see the finishing line. Can he run through the tape?
Will he be allowed to?
140.
Well, we're in our 104th match here in Series 4, Week 4. And it's going to come down
100
to just 501 points if Kist can convert this 181 in maybe 2 visits.
65.
Very clever. The bullseye's not in play now.
Taking it out of play.
Osborne wants to put it in play.
It's got to come down.
He has to use the bull now. Never mind later.
100. Christian
Well thought
Uruguay,
out.
116.
He has tried the 19s route
60.
to pretty much
Colin
guarantee
Uruguay,
his favourite tops.
161.
This would be some way to win the week.
I'm going to say it would be fitting the week we've had in the big
65.
finishes.
Christian Uruguay, 56.
Double top for Kist.
Game shot on the
Back to
sixth
normal
leg,
on the doubles.
Christian Kist.
And after 103 games this week, we now go down to the exclamation
Seventh and final
point
Colin
leg.
to throw first.
1 leg
Game on.
left in week 4. Will your champion be this guy or will it be the 2012 Lakeside champion? We're talking about two massive hitters around the same area and
140.
same time in the sport, around 10 years ago.
Well, I was about to say, Nico, for me, it's all about the opening gambit, and I thought, well, that 140 is great. 180 is even better.
How are they doing this? £2,500 for one leg of darts, with the promise of another invite later in the summer. Treble-less from Kist.
Yep, the winner is going to take 5k and put himself in the mix in Champions Week to win 20.
And we have to say that Osborne won the bullseye in the practice room. That's why he's got the darts.
58.
Well, that's a bit of an error there. Going for 19s. That's where he should have been on 261 because you have the option to do that.
There's another thing on the line here for Colin as well. If he wins this leg, he will become only the second player to have made 2 Champions Weeks
Christian Yorkshire,
alongside Matt Clark.
170.
And the only player to win 5 Super Series titles. Oh my goodness. Behave.
145.
That was even closer than the previous one. We've talked about dodging bullets
63.
all night. Colin Osborne has dodged 2 170 finishes from Kist. Can he hit tops?
43.
That was a weekly winning dart.
Christian Yorkshire, 25.
£5,000 dart.
Kist's got 2.
1.
And he misses them both. And the man who's had trials and tribulations on double 10 over the last couple of days now looks at that double. And becomes a history-making, record-breaking Super Series 5th time weekly champion, and the second person ever to make 2 Champions Weeks. He upsets the odds, and the man from Middlesbrough will be coming back in a few weeks to be in Champions Week. Mace, a quick word from you.
Yeah, really highly entertaining final. Absolutely gutted for Christian Kist, but over the moon for Colin Osborne, winning a 5th Super Series title, and it was a great final, full of excitement and drama, going down, well, fittingly, Nico, to the deciding leg of the match.
Osborne was brilliant on the doubles, 50%, but it has to be said, Christian Kist needed more accuracy on those doubles.
Well, he went missing, didn't he? We were waxing lyrically at how good he'd been on the doubles. He was 75% just for tonight, but it just wasn't to be.
91.37 wasn't enough because Osborne, he was at times in that final as good as he's been all week long. Let's hear from your Week 4 champion, Colin Osborne, with Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Paul. Well, Colin, there seems to be a symmetry with you and Series 4 because in Series 2, you won Series 4. In Series 4, you've won Week 4. You've done it again. Well done.
What can I say? It's like I spoke to you the other day when I come in Thursday. I've come down here, I compete, I try and play my best darts, and hopefully it's good enough, and tonight it was.
What were you thinking when Christian got that bullseye for the 170?
I think he missed early doors as well, and I threw well in the final, I scored well, and I think if I'd have got beat, I probably felt unjustified. But then once I'd set it up and I'd come back and I'd seen the 2 trebles, and yeah, but doubles for door, trebles for show, innit?
Most certainly, and it felt like something about you this week. Whenever it came to the crucial moments, you managed to find something.
I think it's like when I spoke to you and Paul, was it Thursday? It's experience, and like you're saying, I've just all the time, I've worked on a lot of things. It's just about trying to be cool and calm in situations, and obviously that's what's happened these last few days.
We've made a little bit of Super Series history here tonight. By playing in the final, you play in your 426th game in this competition.
I'm not that old, am I?
That is a record, an outright record. You have beaten Robert Owen's previous tally by 1 tonight. How proud are you of that, having the most games of anyone in this competition?
I'm very proud of it, you know, and like I spoke to you earlier, you know, it's a great venue. It's great, obviously, what the Super Series does, you know, and the backlog of that is with the ADC and everything, you know. It's somewhere for us, obviously the lads who are not on the Pro Tour, to come and play darts at the best possible standard and the best place to play.
And now you join a very exclusive club of just a couple of players to make it through to Champions Week twice here in this Super Series format. How much looking forward to that now come August?
So much so, you know, like you say, it's like everything, you know. Wherever I go and play, I go to turn up and play to win, you know. And as it's happened over the last 18, 24 months, I seem to come down here, or obviously the MODUS of Southampton, and produce my best stuff, which is, and that's where you need to produce on the stage, and luckily for me, that's where it comes out.
Well, this cup here, Colin, is now yours to lift. I'll take that microphone off of you, and I'll let you have the opportunity now to lift that trophy and have your moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Colin Osborne. Well, this man is your winner here in Week 4 at the MODUS Super Series. Colin Osborne is your champion. We're going to be back first thing on Monday morning. And what a cast list we've got for you here in Week 5 of Series 4, headlined by one of the all-time legends of the women's game, Lisa Ashton. We're going to see some stars all over. We'll see you then. But as far as Week 4 is concerned at the Super Series, well, it was the wonder of the wizard who got the W.
Get in.